When I was passing through the first-class corridor, I noticed that the door, which is just after your room, 201, was not quite closed, and the person who was inside peered out, in a furtive sort of way. Then he closed the door quickly. I know there's nothing in that, but it was the furtive way it was done that caught my attention. Struck me as a bit odd.
I understand. Thank you for letting me know. Could you write down your address here, please?
My address? If you insist.
This man is right-handed. Is this e-cigarette liquid yours?
What flavor is it?
Banana.
Well, that is awkward. That's my flavor of choice. But I have no idea what he was doing there, whatever.
Can you explain how it ended up there?
I have no idea. I never entered the man's room, Poirot. That's the truth.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
Yes. Brilliant. Good job.
I do not think that's the right answer. Are you a smoker?
Fantastic. I'm right again.
Captain Arbuthnot is the only passenger to smoke an e-cigarette. Even if this liquid in Ratchet's room is a solid clue, he has an alibi. I cannot accuse him without any other proof. That's the right answer.
마크인が怪しくなってくるのか?
Pardon this intrusion, Mademoiselle Olsen, but something you told me earlier confuses me.
Oh, please, come in.
How can you be sure Mademoiselle Debenham was in bed all night?
As I told you, I am a very light sleeper. The slightest noise wakes me up. If Fraulein Debenham had gotten out of her bed, I would have heard her. I got up this morning around 8 a.m. She was sleeping soundly.
Are you certain you would have heard her?
Yes. Why are you asking?
I spoke to Mademoiselle Debenham and she told me that she got up around 5 o'clock in the morning. She opened the door and looked down the corridor. It was then that she saw a woman in a red kimono. How do you explain that?
I think I must have been sleeping very soundly not to have heard it. Oh, but does that make me a suspect?
I am not accusing anyone, mademoiselle. Do not worry. I am just trying to determine what happened last night. Thank you for your testimony. Do you have something to add?
No, Mr. Poirot. I believe I have said everything I intended to.
Et voilà.
OK 取り調べ完了です。めっちゃ簡単。食堂車まで行かなあかんだよな。もしかしたら前半ちょっと動画入ってない可能性があって申し訳ないですけど。到着。さあ、ブークさん、報告だよ。
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
凶器について。
There is no trace of the murder weapon on the train, as yet. The killer could have hidden it anywhere.
It must be somewhere.
Indeed, as you say, it must be somewhere.
ナイフの持ち手。
According to Dr. Constantine's report, the stab wounds were made by at least one right-handed and one left-handed person, and with different strength. For the moment, everyone I have checked is right-handed. It is impossible to draw any conclusions as yet. However, I still have a few people to interrogate, notably the Russian princess.
You still have many avenues to explore?
Indeed, the case is far from over, mon ami. I identified the person responsible for the bottle of liquid for the vape found at the crime scene.
So, this is our culprit? Do we hold him?
No, unfortunately, this bottle belongs to Captain Arbuthnot, but he has an alibi, confirmed by Monsieur McQueen for the time of the murder.
Monsieur Bouc, Monsieur Poirot.
Michel, calm down.
But it's Mrs. Hobart. She says she found the murder weapon in her room. She's very upset.
Let's go, Poirot.
動き出したな。バナード夫人を見つける？部屋にいるんじゃない？
I demand to be allowed to leave this train!
Madame, we are in the mountains, trapped in a snowdrift.
Stating the obvious, there is a murderer among us. He had the audacity to hide his weapon in my room.
Please, Madame Hubert, take a deep breath and tell us what occurred. Where did you find the knife?
I wanted to get a handkerchief from my purse, and when I opened it, I saw it! A bloody knife! my next to be murdered?
I very much doubt the murderer would give you his weapon.
What do you mean?
Madame, he would have used it.
Oh, I had it.
ナイフには触りましたか？
Did you touch the knife?
Of course not. What a question.
I will take that as a no.
ならよかった。
Is this knife the real murder weapon, or is it a red herring?
ただ刺し傷としては合ってんじゃねえのかね。
Mrs. Hubbard is distraught, Poirot. I should stay with her. Please go on without me.
I have every right to be distraught. Thank you, Mr. Book.
まあ落ち着いて。他には何もないかな。なさそうだね。さて。隣の部屋に行きますか。行けない。殺さんでいいんしよ。あれここから行けんの？違うね。あれどこ行った？戻ったの？まさか。3
Dr. Constantine, we may have found our murder weapon. We need to make certain.
There is a pretty quick way to be sure. I have estimated the depth of the wounds. You can easily find the depth of each wound by comparing the width. There are 5 of them that I am not sure about. Test them, and then we will compare our results.
I will do as you say, Doctor.
ここまで行ってんだよね。幅、深さ。
I do not think that's the... I must admit I'm not right this time. I do not think that's the... My little gray cells did not let... What do you think, Doctor? Is this knife really the murder weapon?
There can be no doubt. You found the same depths as the estimates I made during the preliminary autopsy. I can assure you that you hold in your hands the weapon that took Ratchet's life.
Thank you. I feel way better now.
The rest gave you time to sleep off most of the effects of the drug.
I'm still a bit groggy.
That's understandable.
Are you able to continue your story now?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Where was I?
You were explaining how you returned to the Armstrong house to tell them their poor little child was dead.
Yes, that's it. I felt helpless. My part in the case was officially over, but I knew I couldn't let it go. Daisy deserved justice.
デイム・アガサ・ミアイ・クリスティはレディ・マロワンとして知られるイギリス作家で、66年の探偵者が14冊の短編小説集に知られており、特に架空の探偵エリキュール・ポアロとアムチャ探偵ミス・バーブルを題材した小説が有名です。
2 days later, I returned to the Armstrong house to tell them Daisy would be released soon for burial. I was angry with myself that I couldn't bring them better news. I wasn't prepared for more tragedy.
また悲劇が起こった？
Hello, Miss Morrow. I'm here to see Colonel Armstrong.
Good morning, Detective. Colonel Armstrong is upstairs. He isn't well.
まだ雇ってもらえてたの？
The Armstrongs have a taste for modern art.
ここは変わってないね。猫ちゃんがいるし。どこ見てるの？外になんかあるの？さすがにこっちはもうないか。大佐の部屋は奥か。こんなピンク色だったっけ、奥さんの部屋。はい、奥さんの部屋じゃねえ。子供の部屋？
Good morning, Colonel Armstrong. Is your wife here?
Here? No, Sonia is not here. Always one step behind. She died of a miscarriage last night. My wife, Daisy, and our baby. My whole family is gone.
I'm so sorry. I came straight here this morning. I received word that you can arrange for Daisy to be returned to you for burial. I didn't know.
Well, then, now you don't have to come back. I can arrange for Daisy, my wife, and our unborn child to be buried all at once. Very efficient. Being a military man, I can appreciate efficiency.
I know how hard this must be for you.
No, you don't know. I don't want your sympathy. I want you to do your bloody job and catch the creature that did this.
I know you won't believe me, but I swear to you, I will find who did this. If it takes me to the far corners of the earth, I will find them.
Then go. Please go now. Go find them.
Nothing's been touched. It's as if Daisy might walk in at any moment and begin to play. The house that once held the laughter of a child now feels so empty.
猫ちゃんも消えちゃったよ。
I'm not giving up. I'm a part of this case, or the case is a part of me.
All units, Hike is in the vicinity of the cabin where Daisy Armstrong was found, spotted a pickup truck drive through the barricade tape, and then head up the dirt road toward where the subject cabin is located. Any car nearby who can respond?
Unit 28, we can respond, but we're a ways away.
Dispatch, this is 11. I'm on it.
Copy that. 11, you good to go.
Copy that.
Cabin 3月30日午後2時
Okay, there's the pickup. Let's see who ignored our barricade tape. 11 here. I'm at the cabin. Someone has broken in.
Are you requesting backup?
Not yet. I'm going to take a look around.
Copy that, 11.
呼んどいた方がよくないか。誰だ？父親でもないのか。
Footprints.
結構大きい足跡だな。
A forensics evidence identification marker.
ああ。そういうことか。
Forensics had to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb.
3、4、5。2番はこれか。
Duct tape to silence Daisy's screams. Damn it, Daisy. I will find whoever did this to you. A forensics evidence identification marker.
ああ。想像したくねえな。いないな。
He's not here. Three, 8, 92. Oh, when the poor deer was killed. That's where I found Fluffy. Daisy's special toy. I hope we returned him to the family.
Sotoか。誰もないよ、でも。ん？何、こんな道あったっけ？誰？
Don't shoot, officer. I'm on your side.
Sir, keep your hands where I can see them.
Sure, no problem.
Sir, this is a crime scene. Who the hell are you?
I'm a reporter. Boston 6 News. You can get us on cable even here in the mountains.
They haven't heard of crime scene tape in a big city like Boston?
All right, that wasn't my best move. I got all excited. I didn't expect to find the place deserted. It was hard to resist.
You should have tried harder. I'm placing you under arrest.
You should be thanking me. Look what you apparently missed and I found.
We'll get to that, but you're going to answer some questions first.
I'm more used to asking questions, but fire away.
あなたは何者？
Who are you exactly?
I'm Michael Clark, journalist for Boston 6 News. Off camera, but someday I'm going to be anchor. You just wait.
Do you have a way to prove that?
My press card's in my truck.
ここで何をしてるの？
What are you doing here? You should know a crime scene is off limits.
I'm investigating the Daisy Armstrong kidnapping like you.
自動車の持ち主？
Does the pickup parked in front of the cabin belong to you?
Yes, indeed, it's mine.
I'll check. Show me your hands. I'm gonna cuff you.
I'm sure we can work out a deal.
Put your hands in front of you.
Aren't you going to read me my rights?
You have the right to remain silent. I really wish you'd exercise that one. Dispatch, this is 11. I intercepted a suspicious individual at the crime scene. I'll check to determine how badly he's compromised it. Then I'm bringing him in.
Copy that, Detective Locke.
まずはプレスカードがあるって言ってたな。ああ、確かに。ボストンニュー
Press
ス。
card, and the phone number of the newspaper is on it. Ah, good. I can give him a call.
1617-613484か、これ。じゃあ7か。撮ってんな。
Candid photos of the entire Armstrong family. A reporter just doing his job. Or something else?
この時はいる。まだいっぱい映ってるっぽいんだけど。こんだけか。鍵が。
The glove compartment is closed.
鍵付きか。まあよくある。こう押すと、なんかある。
Car keys in the sun visor. A classic hiding place. At least on TV.
こっちはクラーク・マイケル。
Clerk's driver's license seems to be in order.
シカゴミュージアム。
The vehicle registration is not in the name of Michael Clark or a rental company.
ピックアップトラック F タイプフロントタイプってことだね。メーカーステッファン。会社用のトラックってこと？6134 87
That's it. No rookie mistake there. Hi, I'm Detective Joanna Locke, Berkshire Police. I'd like to speak to an editor, please.
One moment, please. Hello, Detective Locke? This is Abby Wilson. I'm a senior editor. What can I do for you?
Does a man named Michael Clark work for you?
Yes, he does. Why?
クラークからの連絡。
When was the last time you heard from him?
Oh, it's been at least 7 or 8 months. That's not unusual.
クラークとの関係は？
He works in the field?
Yes, Michael Clark is what we call a stringer. He works as a freelancer, comes up with a story we can use, we pay him, and we don't hear from him again for several months.
なるほど。彼はどういう記事を書く？
What kind of stories does Mr. Clark write?
Mr. Clark is an investigative reporter, mostly crime stories, to tell you the truth. He comes up with some pretty macabre stuff some of the time. Is there a problem? Or a story?
彼の最新のテーマ。
Do you remember what the last case he investigated was?
It was a murder case. The victim was a millionaire named James Miller. He was called the Frozen Fish King of Gloucester, Massachusetts. His body turned up in one of his nets. Or, rather, most of it did.
Ah, well, thank you, Ms. Wilson. You've been a great help to me.
Pleasure. I hope he's not in trouble. He can be a little pushy, but he's a good guy. guy overall. So what's he working on now, detective? Are you sitting on a story?
Thanks again.
秘密なんで言えないっす。
This outline is the same shape and size as the gasoline can.
何をしようとしたの？ガソリンを巻こうとしたのか？周辺にガソリン缶があるわけではないね。うわー、鍵がわからん。
No, that didn't work.
これを調べなあかんのか。でもあれか。ちょっともう一回見てこよう。忘れちゃった。
Somebody ignored the barricade tape.
テープを破った、足跡を荒らした。この辺は特に荒らしてない。あ、なんか
I've earned a gold mustache.
ヒゲ、ゲート。荒らしてるところはなさそうかな。3892、3892か、大丈夫。
Yes, I knew I could do it. I can always use safe cracking as a career move. There. Now let's see what secrets you're hiding.
はい、ちょっとすいません。お手洗い行かしてください。はい、戻りました。では入っていきましょう。 ガソリン缶が
This
すで
must be
にあ
the
るぞ。
missing can from the pickup.
ここにはもう入ってきてたってことか。そういうこと。
The cap's been damaged,
ガソリンが
and
漏
some
れてる。
gasoline has leaked out.
Hmm? ああ、そういうことか。ここから真ん中行って、で、真ん中からちょっと見えないな。中から上に行って、上からこう行って、こう降りて、で、中入って、借りぜ。
This blueprint. It looks like the bomb in the cabin. The kidnapper built the bomb here.
てかこんな近くで
Not really
爆
my
弾作って
style,
たって
but
こ
I'll
と？
take it.
どこからどう出てんだ？どっちが正解だ？めちゃくちゃすぎるだろ。
This bunker looks like it's as old as the cabin. Everything is falling apart.
で、上行って、ここ行って、切れてんじゃん。そもそも。
Now what? I have to turn the power back on to open this magnetic door.
これも切れている。これ真ん中開いている。
No, doesn't work.
だからつながる場所を探せってことでしょ。真ん中。一番端っこになって、端っこになって、そうやってこれ。これは下げて、これ上げる。んで、こっち。ここが真ん中やって端っこ。ここがこういってこうつながってこうなってんであっちは一番下だったよな確か。下がここつながりのこういって下から上でこの端っここれ れでつながったはず。多分。どうよ。
Let there be light.
OK。錆びすぎん。
Perfect, it works.
閉じ込められないようにしないとな。結構。
February 24th, the day of the kidnapping. They knew about the party and everything.
ヒント。この雑音さえなければってことか。これがどこにあるんだ。ああ、そういうこと。
Could use a new light bulb.
電球を変えてもいいよね。
Yes, I knew I could do it. I can always use safe cracking as a career move.
OK。おお、めっちゃお金もいっぱいあるぞ。何これ。
It's Daisy's hair clip, the same as the picture I saw at the Armstrong house.
JM.
An expensive-looking pen with the initials JM? What's its story? That looks like a hair caught in the band around the money. Forensics will tell me for sure, but that doesn't look like Daisy's color. These get locked up again until forensics get here. Okay, time for forensics to attack that bunker. And Clark? He's too sure of himself. I need to get him into an interrogation room and find out what really makes him tick. I'll secure the bunker for forensics. Progress at last.
さあ、クラークはいるかな。逃げてないよね。いるね。
I know my rights. You can't keep somebody locked up in a car like this, you know. You wouldn't do it if I was a dog. Do they have bathrooms at the station?
1975年、カーテン・ポワール事件最後の出版、エリギロ・ポワールのと訃報がニューヨーク・タイムズ紙の一面に。ああ。
I have the right to make a phone call, Detective whatever your name is.
That phone is an outside line.
Hello, boss. It's Michael Clark. I'm still on the Armstrong kidnap, but there's a small problem. I got caught being someplace I shouldn't be. I'm at the police station. No, I'm not under arrest. Just questioning. Fire me. Why? The station's integrity? You're kidding me, right? If you think I've screwed up that badly, then fire me. Got that? Fire me. Yes, do it.
That didn't go well.
I think I got my point across. What happens now?
Go ahead. Then we'll have a chat. Help yourself, Joanna. You earned it. An extra computer so I don't have to go all the way out to my desk. Case files. A lot of them for our tiny town. I'll add these to the file. Anything that will erase Clark's smile. The only comfortable chair in the whole station. But there's no time to rest. This is all a game to him, and he doesn't expect to lose. Now that we've taken your DNA, we can begin. Interview of suspect Michael Clark, 6 p.m., March 30th, 2019. This interview is being recorded.
By elves behind the mirror, no doubt?
You were arrested at a crime scene where you damaged police barricade tape.
I'll pay for a new role.
That's a Class A misdemeanor, and it carries a $500 fine.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
To begin with, where were you on the night Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped?
I was watching TV in my motel room, but I had my police scanner on. I heard the first reports that the little girl was missing. No way the police at the scene were gonna let me get close. I set my alarm so I could get on the story first thing in the morning, and tried to sleep. It was difficult.
Can anybody confirm where you were?
No, afraid not. I was alone and sleepless. A sad combination. And I realized a bad alibi.
Let's move on to the gas cans and what we found in your pockets when you were brought in here today.
That sounds exciting.
How did you know there was a bunker at the end of the property?
How did your forensic team miss it?
They were concentrated on the cabin. It was pitch black out there.
Small town cops with small town minds. I'm sorry, that was unkind. You know, I'm a bit like you. My job is to find something a news program's viewers want to see. You do it for justice. I do it for money. I just have more flair than you.
I know you're lying, Mr. Clark. I followed your footprints from the cabin, and they led directly to the bunker. It was very well hidden. You had to know it was there.
Think whatever you want, Detective.
You say you're a journalist. A stringer for Channel 6 News in Boston.
I sell my stuff to lots of media outlets.
Your camera was in your pickup. You didn't want to take pictures of the crime scene?
I like to get the lay of the land. Once I see the story I want to tell, then I start documenting it.
I don't know any journalist who works a case without their camera close at hand. He thinks he's invincible. I need to play his ego. That's the key. What are you doing in the Berkshires? And what is your connection to the Armstrong case?
For the past few months, I've been working on a big case. Boston 6 News was looking forward to my next story. The Armstrongs have been on my list of potential targets for a long time. I changed gears when Daisy was kidnapped and started investigating the Armstrongs.
So you just stumbled on a major kidnapping story during your stay in the Berkshires.
Yeah, I was researching PCBs in the river for crying out loud. Then, wow, the Armstrongs. That's not a Science Sunday report. That's a lead. Sometimes you just get lucky.
Your camera in the pickup. There were photos of Daisy from before she was kidnapped.
The Armstrongs are a famous family, like the Kennedys or Hollywood couples. Gossip sites love them. People want to see how they live. I started out just stealing candid shots. Paparazzi live on getting that one exclusive shot. Steamy, intimate, whatever. Then when the kidnapping happened, I realized I was here first. What an opportunity. And I jumped at it.
You have an answer for everything.
You're not very good at this, are you? How long have you been on the job?
Long enough to put you away for life. If you killed that little girl. Let's start with why you went to the cabin.
If the police were interested in it, I was interested in it.
That pickup of yours. That's a very nice ride. Especially for a stringer who only gets a few stories on the air. How can you afford it?
When Boston 6 does use a story, they pay okay.
That truck is top of the range. How much did it set you back? $55,000, $60,000?
When I have to, I do what everybody else does. I take out a loan. How about you, detective? You got a loan on your car?
He's enjoying himself. I need to throw him off balance somehow. Surprise him into making an error. Explain to me again how you got to the crime scene.
I listened in on the police radio frequency. Anybody can do it with a scanner. I headed for the crime scene in my trusty pickup, like I've done for years. After the forensic team left, I needed to see the crime scene for myself. I got to the bunker just before you arrived.
直線だった。
It won't be easy to prove he's lying. Find some evidence. You said you've been driving that pickup for years?
You heard right. Thanks to it, I never miss a story.
2010年だったよな。車証明書。
You say you've been using your pickup for years, but the title certificate is not in your name. The truck belongs to somebody named Stephen Baker.
Okay, I don't get why the pickup is so important to you, but I guess my ego made me say that. Yeah, the pickup was lent to me by a friend. I couldn't afford it even with a loan.
I think you stole it, Mr. Clark. You needed a pickup like that for our mountain roads, so you stole that one.
Try proving it. But while you run off on some wild goose chase, you can't hold me.
I know that Clark is lying. I need to reconstruct the whole sequence of events in order to understand what happened.
.正しい時系列。下にあるのは小屋に到着した。こいつはテープを破った。違うな。シェルターを閉めた。地図私がやってきた。投げ入れでこうして
on, Joanna. It's a rookie mistake.
どういうこっちゃ？これは逆か。シェルター開けて。
Score. 1 for the good guys.
I'll tell you what really happened. You waited until forensics left and arrived in your probably stolen pickup. You grabbed a can of gasoline from your truck. You then went into the cabin to check if Daisy had been found. You then went straight to the bunker to see if it had been discovered, planning to set it on fire and destroy all the evidence inside. Before you could start the fire, you heard me arrive. So you hastily left your gas can and closed the hatch. You didn't think I could open the bunker. If I hadn't found you, I expect you would have burned down the cabin too.
I'm not gonna make fun of you, Detective, or how you handled my interrogation. You're obviously very new at this. I swear I'm telling the truth. I didn't know the bunker was there until the moment you showed up. I seem to have trumped your entire police force.
When I get the DNA results from the bunker, we'll continue this conversation.
You have no concrete evidence against me whatsoever.
The lab results will be in soon. You won't get away with this. See that call? That's your arrest warrant and a one-way ticket to prison. I'll be right back. Hello, sir. I think I found the man who kidnapped Daisy Armstrong. I'm interrogating him now.
Hold on, Detective Locke. I have some bad news. Someone set fire to the cabin in the bunker. The fire department is on the scene, but they say it's too late.
That's impossible. My suspect has been in the interrogation room with me all evening.
We can't hold him. Suzanne Moreau. Her fingerprints are on the wine bottle found in the cabin. We also found an unknown person's fingerprints, but they don't match your suspects.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm convinced Michael Clark is involved.
Detective, I'm cutting you some slack already, but we cannot hold your suspect simply because you're convinced he's guilty. We have evidence that Suzanne was working with an accomplice, Noah Garrity. I order you to release the reporter and arrest this Moreau.
Let me just check my last lead. The DNA analysis of the hair found in the bunker safe. The results just came in.
I know how hard this is. Okay. Get the DNA results. Detective Locke, I will give you 1 hour maximum. Then you close the file and arrest Suzanne Moreau.
Thank you, sir.
これがノアか。
Who did you call earlier?
An editor from the Boston 6 News.
An editor you repeatedly said should fire you. That was your accomplice, wasn't it? You were telling him to start the fire.
An accomplice?
I know it was Noah you called.
I'm saying nothing more without the presence of my lawyer.
Stay right where you are. I'm not done with you yet.
Wow. Do I hear grounds for a lawsuit?
Some poor innocent woman is being accused instead of you. You set her up, didn't you?
You have to let me go, Detective.
All I need is one more phone call to the lab. I know it's you, and I'm going to prove it. Hello, this is Joanna Locke. I need the results of the DNA test I asked you for.
Hi, Detective. Sorry, we only have the DNA sequence. We haven't had time to compare it with the suspects yet. It'll take 7 more hours. I'm sorry, but you are not the only one on the waiting list.
Send your analysis to my computer in the office. I'll do the comparison myself.
I need authorization.
I have a murderer who is going to walk free unless I get those results now.
Fine, we'll send it to you right away, but I'll have to log this.
It's my last chance.
これで見つかった謎の DNA。ジョン・アームストロング、マイケル・クラーク。証拠ある現場で見つかった髪の毛の配列。TAA、TTC。これが合うところを探せって話かな。 AGスザンヌ・モロまさかのジョンCCC お惜しい。どこだ。GTA どっかからを切り抜いてるってことだろうから、どっかが合うはずなんだよ。ATC GTA タング欲しいんだけど、これはなんだ、ちょっと違うんだよね。ほぼほぼ合ってんだけど若干違うのはどういうこと？タングタングタング、現場で見つかったのは髪の毛。裏で見つかったゴロ。ヒント。一致するものが見つかるはずだよね。合ってるよね。とりあえずここをまず調べる。CCCGT CCC違う。ないな。GGA GGA どこだ？マイケルじゃないんじゃねえの？TTA の上に CCT がないとダメ。TTA あるが TTA これじゃねえなやっぱ。違う。来たんじゃね？
No. No! Suzanne? I don't understand. I was sure it would be Clark's hair. I'll have to let him go.
Oh no. やっちまったね。5人逮捕か。まあでも破ったのはダメだからな。
You can leave.
Sorry it didn't work out for you, Detective. Maybe you should consider a career change.
We are not done.
Oh, but we are, my dear. We are done.
I had no choice but to return to the Armstrong house to arrest Suzanne Moreau.
ノアとのつながりがわからんだよな。
The arrest warrant for Suzanne Moreau. Suzanne was set up by Clark and Noah. They are the kidnappers, but I'm not giving up. When Suzanne comes up for trial, I will fight for her defense. But for now, the district attorney is in charge. If I want to stay a detective, he always has the last word.
Hmm. あの二人をどうにか逮捕できる。
The door is wide open.
Hmm?
How strange.
猫は外にいるな。
Hey, is anyone there?
モロさん。
Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau? This is Detective Locke.
誰もいない。え？どうした？
Miss Moreau, can you hear me? It's me,
Huh?
Detective Locke. You must get up now. Miss Moreau?
モロ
Miss
さん？
Moreau, can you hear me?
Suzanne Moreau is dead. There are no traces of blows or injuries on her body. She doesn't seem to have defended herself from anyone.
まさかの睡眠薬か。だな。
It appears Suzanne killed herself by ingesting all these drugs. glasses are missing.
メガネはどこに？指輪、あ、鍵がない。
Suzanne's diary is missing.
気が消えてる。親愛なる水野郎、手紙でご連絡をお許しください。ドクター・アダムスはこの数日間、あなたとの連絡を取れないでいます。3月29日土曜日の夜、お母上が安らかにご永眠されたことをご報告いたします。今後の手続きのことやそれ以外のことで私たちがお手伝いできることがありましたらどうぞご連絡ください。心よりご冥福をお祈り申し上げます。副理事アデル・フランクリン。
Suzanne was telling the truth about her mother.
お金が必要だったのもあるのかな。私がデイジーを殺した。彼女を生きたまま返して誰かに調べられるのが怖かった。私は自分がしたことを耐えて生きていくことはできない。
She must have realized at last how she'd been used. The death of her mother would have been an additional shock, and the self-righteous court of social media was as quick as usual to try and convict her. I called the district attorney to inform him.
This is Detective Locke, sir. I'm at the Armstrong house.
Have you arrested Suzanne Moreau?
She's dead, sir. Apparent suicide, but I need a forensics team.
She killed herself out of remorse for her part in the crime.
We don't know that yet. I'm calling forensics now, but I wanted you to know.
What a mess. Stay on site until forensics arrive.
Yes, sir. Standing by.
The investigation was officially closed. I was certain that she was innocent, and Clark had been responsible for 4 deaths and then vanished into thin air. With $1 million. Dollars marked, though, and not easily spent. I didn't care if the case was officially closed.
I swore, Mr. Poirot, whatever it took, I would hunt him down.
Orient 急行に戻ってきました。12月17日午後1時56
I waited for the forensics team, then went into the station to write my report. I was officially off the case.
Thank you, mademoiselle. That obviously cannot be the completion of your story. If I might ask a question?
Of course.
ラケットは記者のマイケル・クラークだった。ノアだった。
Suzanne Moreau's boyfriend, the one who manipulated her and burned down the cabin. This was Ratchet?
No, he was an accomplice. Clark, the phony journalist, was the leader.
Michael Clark, the reporter. He was Ratchet?
Absolutely. I was the only law enforcement official to question Clark. I knew this wasn't his first kidnapping.
You looked for similar cases. What do you Americans call the MMOs?
Means, motive, and opportunity. Yes, I looked for someone in plain sight. Someone on the edge of a kidnapping case. Someone in plain view, keeping track of the investigations. An innocent witness, a concerned neighbor, even another reporter.
And eventually you found a name behind an alias.
Yes, I found a name. Cassetti, the real name. The real name of the man you call Ratchet is Cassetti.
This explains much, mademoiselle, but not all.
It explains why she is our #1 suspect.
But not how she came to be on this train. Attends, she has grown pale.
I don't know.
What's wrong with me? Excuse me, Mr. Poirot. I don't feel very well.
You are exhausted and still feeling the effects of the drug. Stay with us, mademoiselle. One more effort. I need to know your recent movements.
I snuck aboard the train.
This I observed. You came directly to this room?
Yes. Yes, and other than a couple of careful trips to the ladies yesterday, I never left this room. I didn't want to be spotted by Ratchet. Yesterday, I chatted with my roommate, Miss Schmidt, I think, here in our room. She brought me some dinner. I got very sleepy and nodded off.
And now she nods off again. Is this a joke? She must be faking, so we can't interrogate her further, Poirot.
No, Book. She really seems to have fallen asleep again. It is my fault. She must have been given a dangerous dose of sleeping pills last night. The effects should wear off soon, I hope, but I am afraid asking her to tell us her story was too much for her.
Pinch her, Poirot. She's faking.
Her eyes are dilated. She is not faking, and there will be no pinching. Dr. Constantine, please stay with her. Monsieur Book, ask the other passengers to gather in the dining car. There are still many questions I need to ask.
But all of them together? Won't someone overhear you questioning the others?
I will speak softly because I am trained to do so. They will speak softly because they want to.
Very well. I will do as you say.
I'll stay here to watch over Miss Locke. I'll stay here to watch over Miss Locke.
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
なんでここにいらっしゃるんですか?
I'll stay here to...
Another golden mustache to treasure.
I hope we will be leaving soon. I hope we...
Another delightful trophy for my collection.
これで全部か。これな。
I should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car. I should go and interview. I should.
これ後か。今できない。後でしてくれって話ね。
The passengers who agreed to come and talk to you are assembled, Poirot. Mr. Masterman is already here to answer your questions.
Perfect. Thank you, my friend. Sit down, Monsieur Masterman, please.
Thank you.
Does the name Cassetti mean anything to you?
No.
Should it?
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping case?
Of course. It was all over the news a few years ago.
Your employer's real name is Cassetti. He was the man behind that kidnapping.
Mr. Ratchet was... He murdered that poor little girl?
Mr. McQueen, the man you worked for is a kidnapper named Cassetti.
What? What kidnapping?
He murdered his victim, a child named Daisy Armstrong.
The Armstrong kidnapping?
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real name?
Damn skunk!
Why are you so upset?
My father was the district attorney who handled the case, Mr. Poirot. I saw Mrs. Armstrong more than once. She was a lovely woman, so gentle and heartbroken. If ever a man deserved what he got, Ratchet, or Cassetti, is the man. He didn't deserve to live.
Madame Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard of it.
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not famous in Spain, where I have been helping the refugees from Africa.
You've never heard the name Daisy Armstrong?
No, never.
Daisy Armstrong? No.
No.
No!
No.
Yes. It was all over the English tabloids before I went to Jordan. A horrific crime that claimed the lives of an entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last night.
Oh, my heavens.
May I ask you a few more questions?
Yes, yes, of course.
Jordan?
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until recently.
アメリカでの滞在経験は?
You read about the crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
Yes, that's right. For weeks, news of the royal family was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United States, mademoiselle?
No, never. Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
Arbuthnot 隊との関係は?
What is your relationship to Captain Arbuthnot?
Who?
A former soldier traveling with us. You must have met him.
Ah, yes, I met him on the platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries, nothing more. British Reserve and all that.
Ah, the British Reserve. Yes, with this I am familiar. Are you sure everything you have told me is accurate, Mademoiselle Debenham?
Of course.
ホテルでのイヤリング.
Mademoiselle, I know that you met Captain Arbuthnot at the Lyon Hotel.
You were spying on me?
I am very attentive to my surroundings. It helps in my profession.
Well, it's your word against mine.
I had occasion to be of some assistance in recovering Captain Arbuthnot's train ticket. While searching his room, I also discovered one of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain, I doubt it has anything to do with British Reserve. You will not tell me your secret, mademoiselle?
I can't. I don't know what you mean.
Poirot, Miss Debenham's got nothing to do with this business. Nothing. You hear?
Archie, stop.
Captain, no. This behavior is unworthy of an officer and a gentleman.
Leave her alone. Have you no honor?
Archie, we should go.
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier, but you are a poor.
大根役者です.
The truth is that your relationship with Miss Debenham is beyond doubt, Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man trying to protect the woman he loves. clues. I might understand that if your relationship were some cleverly disguised secret, but it is not. You make puppy dog eyes at one another at every opportunity. You cannot hide your love. Everybody knows.
I advise you to stop with your accusations, Mr. Poirot. I'm going to escort Miss Debenham back to her compartment. Make of that what you will.
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about not revealing their relationship, but this scene convinced me there is more that is not so obvious.
This murder has everyone on edge. In my 25-year career, I have never seen such madness aboard the Orient Express.
I understand, my friend. The more we learn, the more perplexing this train ride becomes. But we have other clues to pursue.
What do you have in mind?
The broken watch on Monsieur Ratchet's wrist, for example, and the handkerchief found near the body. Who does that belong to?
This little drama we have just witnessed has not put you off the scent.
Far from it, my friend. Will you return to your watch over Mademoiselle Locke?
Yes, I will. Dr. Constantine can probably use a break.
Good.
Au revoir, Poirot.
I'm right again. That...
ナタリーだからエンだよな。ドラゴン、メアリー、コンスタンティン氏、イニシャルでしょ。ああ、そういうことか。で、ここが可能性があって、ここも可能性があってことか。
Et voilà.
コンスタンティン氏なぁ。見てはくれてるけど。
Monsieur Foscarelli, I would like to ask you a few questions, if you allow me.
Ah, Signore Poirot, is it? I was wondering when you'd get around to me. Unfortunately, you find me on a mission of mercy.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. Sorry, we have a small problem. The orange juicer has broken down and I can't fix it. Mr. Foscarelli has kindly offered to help me.
It isn't the car engine, but I am doing my best.
Even with the two of us, we can't manage.
Let me guess. You call upon Poirot to help.
I'd be happy to answer your questions when we finished.
やりますよ。 そういうことか。それもあるのか。まさか。
Voila, it should work correctly now.
Thank you so much, Monsieur Poirot. I can put orange juice back on the menu.
Bravo! I should stick to automobiles.
Well, now we can talk calmly. Monsieur Foscarelli, is it?
Antonio Foscarelli? Delighted, Monsieur Poirot.
You have, of course, heard about Ratchet's murder last night.
Oh, naturally. It is all anyone is talking about.
Have you ever been to the United States?
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last 10 years.
You remember the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The name, yes. It was a little girl. A baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic affair. Did you know that Cassetti, the kidnapper, was actually Ratchet?
Oh, no. Then he deserved to die. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Can you tell me your movements on the night of the murder?
I went to bed right after dinner, but I slept very badly. My roommate, Mr. Masterman, had a toothache. Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
Did you hear anything or notice anything unusual?
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
Well, thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, Signore. I remain at your disposal if you should need me.
Okay, 腕時計についての仮説。腕時計はラチェットの死体が見つかった時刻を示している。腕時計は犯人と調整された。何が逃げた、漏れたなっている。
No, 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 not good.
違うのか。
Let me consider all the possibilities.
前から止まっていた。眠りについた時刻かな。
I do not think that's the right answer.
じゃあ犯行時刻しかないか。
Yes, there are only 3 possible hypotheses. The watch has been tampered with, or it is out of adjustment, or it indicates the time of the murder. I shall explore these last 2 possibilities before reaching any conclusions. If the watch is out of adjustment, it may be broken. There may also be another reason related directly to Ratchet. Maybe the watch is set to another time zone. No, 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 not good. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. The watch was not defective because the second hand is still moving. My little gray cells did.
矛盾する情報。仮にラチェットが午前1時15分に死亡していたとすると、どの情報と矛盾が生じる？これは目撃している。これか。
I'm right again.
腕時計からわからないこと。腕時計は犯行が午前1時15分に行われたことを示しているが、一方でラチェット殺害の容疑者は午前0時37分の時点で彼の部屋にいた。腕時計が犯行時刻を示すことはできない。そう。イスタンブールはタウンドンプラス2。オリエント急行はどのタイムゾーンに当たる？ソフィア、ベルグラード、クマベニョン、ミラーン、ソフィア。どこにいるんだこれ。
Good job. If this theory is correct, then the murder took place at 12:15 a.m. Interrogate all the passengers to see if any of them have an alibi for this hour.
Hello again, Mr. Poirot. How can I help you?
Thank you so much, Monsieur.
アリバイが重なっている人物は
Enchanté, mademoiselle. You are Hildegard Schmidt?
I am Nafol. And you, I know, are Herr Poirot.
Correct. May I ask you for a few minutes of your time to answer a few questions?
With pleasure, but first may I ask for your help?
Oh, why does this not surprise me?
I don't know.
I am at your service, Fraulein.
My mistress, Princess Dragomirov, has asked me to open this traditional Matryoshka doll. There is a trinket inside she must retrieve.
Madame, in my experience, each Russian nesting doll simply pulls apart to reveal the next one inside.
Indeed. Yet try it for yourself.
As you wish.
Ah, you are a gentleman.
Hmm? なんで全部回んの？来た来た。私の最愛の友人へ。
The inscription reads, To my dearest friend.
Ah, thank you very much. This doll reminds her of her youth in Russia. It was very hard under the Soviet regime, but thanks to her strength of will, she rose to be the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg. Even though she now lives in Berlin, it is said that the Kremlin still fears her.
She must be a formidable woman indeed. You are her maid?
I am her companion. I help her in her daily tasks, and I keep her company.
Ah, forgive me. You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last night.
Yes, of course. Everyone is talking about it.
Can you tell me how you occupied your time last night?
Just after we left Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already asleep. A little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed my help. Her back troubles her. I massaged her for about an hour.
Do you remember the time?
I'm sorry, I do not, mein Herr.
Have you lost a handkerchief embroidered with an H, madame?
Oh, no, monsieur.
I thought perhaps since your first name is Hildegard.
It is not mine, I tell you. I could not afford something so nice. I have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies, I did not mean to alarm you. Thank you for answering my questions, madame. Monsieur, I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Monsieur Poirot. What do you want?
Answers to a simple question or two.
All right, but quickly. My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise. First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rodolphe Adreny.
Your home is?
Budapest.
And how do you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the revolution from the Soviet Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your diplomatic missions?
Yes, and why not? Was there anything else you wanted to know?
Hungary. 外交官30.
That was easy.
Can you tell me how you spent last night?
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I played a video game on my phone. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, my wife woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. She took a sleeping pill. As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
It was the kidnapping of a child, a very sad affair. The culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with him.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you, and good luck with the investigation.
Eh bien, the good Count does not appear to want me to talk to his wife.
そうか。
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help?
Have you misplaced a handkerchief recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the letter H, so I thought it might have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone could be lying, of course. I thank you, madame.
なるほどね。どうも。
Hello. Can I do something for you?
Hello, Monsieur Hardman, I believe. You have heard of the murder?
Cyrus Hardman. Yes, and the fact that there's been a murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
It's not the first murder I've run across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover. I'm a private detective, just like you, from the U.S.
アメリカの茶。表向きはっつってるからな。私立探偵。30ではないな。
That's the right answer.
I did not expect to find another detective on this train.
I just finished a job in Istanbul when I received an email from Ratchet. He hired me to protect him.
Something you failed to do.
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back, and yeah, something I failed to do. But he seemed to think he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid, Ratchet's secretary.
Were you on duty last night?
You bet. I kept my door open a crack and I watched all night. No one entered that car who didn't belong there.
Did you see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michelle. He was there most of the time too, except for 15 minutes or so after we left Vinkovsky. He must have answered a call from Ratchet's room. Then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
Monsieur Hardman, have you heard of the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What? He killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
Do you have any idea who was behind the threatening letters?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair, with a womanish kind of voice.
Oh, thank you for your help. Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that?
Thank you for answering my questions, Monsieur Hardman.
Listen, Poirot. I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all, let me know. I'd like to make it right.
It has been a while since I have seen one of those.
だっけこのタイプシャカってなるとね。 さそうだね。なんかやってんな、そっと。
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
I am not prepared to receive...
Very well, madam.
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay. I stay here to watch this young lady.
What?
Excuse me, Doctor. May I ask you a question?
Anything that can help the investigation, Mr. Poirot.
I wanted to know what your first name is, Doctor.
My name is Robert. Why?
To find out if the handkerchief embroidered with an H could have been yours.
I'm a doctor, Mr. Poirot. Cloth handkerchiefs are a playground for viruses. I would not touch one.
まあまあ、そうか。
I hope you're investigating.
The Call of the Wild ジャック・ロンドン。野生が呼んでるって。
Ah, Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
不思議なハンカチ。あなたのですか?
This handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
Thank you. I won't bother you anymore.
そんだけです。ひとまずこれで。もうダメなのかな、まだ。
I am not...
Very well, madam.
アーバスノット。こことここはこうで、ブークはマクイだけで、水デブナス。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
ここはちょっと待って。ミスター・モーリー、ミスター・ホイミス・ニールセンは一緒にいた。ミスター・モーリー。モーリー・フォッシュリーね。ミズ・デナムスはミズ・オールソンといた。コンスタンティン・シャブークといた。だからこれがこうで、そっか、ここがこうで、で、デブナムはミズ・オールソン。で、アーバスノットはマックイーンか。
Voilà.
まあ大丈夫。十分な部屋だから。 したもんな。
Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
You are very protective of your wife, Count Andrény.
Does that surprise you? Her vertigo can be very dangerous.
I believe there are many kinds of vertigo.
If you don't mind, I'd rather talk to a doctor, not a detective. If you'd excuse me.
Monsieur, if
My help?
You are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andrény.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter you.
I would have given up my position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No. I fear marriage is not for me. But her condition, is it very grave?
She is suffering a bout of vertigo. You understand? The room spins.
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
I think Dr. Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well, I will find him. Thank you very much.
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly, madame. I apologize for exploiting that fact. But the situation is urgent, and I need to ask you a few questions.
Apology accepted. I realize you must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful music box.
Please don't touch the music box. It's a fragile family heirloom.
Your accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and raised in what we call the Back Bay.
Are you in the diplomatic service like your husband?
No, not officially. I was still in college when I met Rudy 2 years ago. I keep myself busy handling his scheduling, travel, appointments.
Ah, what is the saying? Behind every great man there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course. I stand corrected. I must admit I'm not right this time. No. I must admit. Think, Poirot. This is wrong. I don't. This is wrong. That was easy. A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the crime scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena, with an E.
Can you tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around 10 o'clock. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't, because of the shaking of the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took a sleeping pill, and that did the trick.
When did the train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
Between midnight and 2 a.m. I know because I must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see. Calm now, Countess.
You are not telling me the truth.
Why do you say that?
列車の停止。
The train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due to snow, so there was no shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know. You're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick. You are hiding something from me.
How dare you? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to find my husband.
It was unkind, I know, but my strategy worked. I can now inspect this room in peace.
いや、ことも巧みに。すげえわ。睡眠薬
These must be the sleeping pills that Countess Andreni took last night.
20以上入ってんな。ザ・グレイト・ギャズビー。
There seems to be something missing here. It's closed.
閉じた。
It's closed.
違う。なんかヒントがありそうだけどな。ないな、ヒント。あ、ここにあったわ。バラ。バラ？これ鳥。点の場所がこれか。うわ。ゴールの位置上トントントン これはどうすんの？合わせないといけないんだろうけど。ああ、こういうことか。オッケーオッケーオッケー。かわいい子供たち、ヘレナとソニアに。
For my beautiful young ladies, Helena and
Helena.
Sonia.
じゃあその
Helena with an H. It's Countess Andreni with an older girl.
ああ、そういうこと？誘拐事件他にもあったって言ってたから、ヘレナが誘拐されてた。
An engraving written in, I believe, Russian Cyrillic. It looks like a first name.
Poirot! Have you no shame?
Monsieur, I am afraid shame is not a very helpful emotion for a detective trying to get at the truth.
What are you doing in our compartment?
I am investigating a murder, Count Andreni.
My wife is ill.
My apologies, monsieur, but your wife seemed in perfect health when she left the room to find you. I do apologize, but I needed to search your compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
Please, Count. You aren't going to challenge me to a duel, are you? Countess, I'm afraid I took the liberty of inspecting your little music box.
How dare you?
The message in the medallion was addressed to you and Sonia. Sonia Armstrong, your older sister, the mother of Daisy, the murdered child.
I am a Hungarian diplomat. You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says. I am Helena Goldenberg, the sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly. Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found a handkerchief in Monsieur Ratchet's room embroidered with an H, I might suspect you had been there.
A handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initial. To be honest, that sounds awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth, Poirot.
I hope so. I'll let you rest.
The matter of the H on the handkerchief still needs clearing up. But first I should check the inscription on the back of the medallion. Natalia. Would it be Natalia Dragomirov? She is the only Russian passenger on the train. In addition, her first name begins with an H in Cyrillic. Et voilà.
ドラグノ夫人。 夫人がどこだっけ？いた。107。これで話せるのか、やっと。
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
I'm sorry, madame, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few questions.
You must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you just now.
Madame, I know that Sonia Armstrong is your goddaughter.
Come in, please.
そこまで行き着いちゃったよ。
Please forgive my intrusion, madame, but I really must ask you some questions.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
We have not been properly introduced. Yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce some things about her.
ロシア人の85歳。博物館館長。
That's the right answer.
I will first ask you about last night. Will you tell me your movements?
I went to bed just after dinner. I read until 11, then tried to sleep. Later I woke.
What caused you to awaken?
I suffered from back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around 12:45 a.m. to give me a massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
A good hour, I would say.
I see.
刺繍入りのハンカチについて。
The first initial of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
This handkerchief is yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was found in Monsieur Ratchet's room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal. Your next question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
アームストロング家の事件について。
I must tell you, Princess Dragomirov, I have discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a revelation. I have never hidden the fact, monsieur.
You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then?
I knew him slightly, but his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Elena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late mother of Daisy Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he? Then justice has at last been served.
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call it. You are close to the Armstrong family, and the presumed assassin of Daisy Armstrong was killed while you were on board the same train. Second coincidence, Your handkerchief happens to be found at the foot of the victim's bed. Third coincidence. One of the stab wounds inflicted on the body was by a left-handed person. You are left-handed. That is a lot of coincidences, Princess Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the police your coincidences, they will laugh. A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right, Princess. You could not work alone, which means you have one or more accomplices. And it is only a matter of time before I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your fantasies with you.
なるほど。
Привет! Привет!
いや、え、なんだ鳥がいるのか。新しいアリバイの再確認。アリバイが合致する人物はここか。
My little gray cells didn't.
ブークへの報告。いきますか。違うか、あっちにいるのか。
Oh, Poirot, you're there. She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little. What about you? Your investigation progresses?
I find myself helping everyone with their problems before they can help me with mine. I have shifted boxes, helped with hangovers, repaired an orange juicer, unlocked some Russian dolls, all so my investigation can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
How can I?
Truly, the labors of Hercules.
My friend, I would rather clean out the Orient stables. Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
The embroidered handkerchief belongs to Princess Dragomirov. I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly. Also, Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think? But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently have alibis. I had 3 theories concerning the broken watch. It could have been tampered with. It could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced that it indicated the time of the crime. 2 women involved in the Armstrong case.
Let us not forget our patient here. There are 3 women.
Look, she seems to be waking up.
What's happening to me? Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle Locke. Did you take any medication? Sleeping pills, for example?
No. I never use sleeping pills.
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
水ロックは薬を飲まされた。二人の人物。
I do not think that's the right answer.
ここかな。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
誰だ？
No, 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 not good.
No good.
Fräulein Schmidt or Monsieur Michel may have drugged the tea that Mademoiselle Locke drank.
Fräulein Schmidt or Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea. They are really the only two people on this train who could have done it. But why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date to why I ended up on this train.
If you are able, I would very much like you to finish your story.
Very well then. After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police departments in the Boston area for anything on Michael Clark. But he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid, a sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use.
Four long years passed without anything new. Every day I looked at the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom. Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything. I paid a visit to the police property room and took home a box full of clues. There was his name. Michael Clark. A bill from the power company with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up. Travel. For the discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for a vacation. Well, I can dream, can't I?
I'm sorry. 報道記者マイケル・クラークの遺体がボストンの裏にある村邸の中で発見された。信用胸部への一発の弾丸の模様。腐敗の進行具合から死亡時期は2018年の秋。
Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case, and then this. Michael Clark, the sarcastic reporter, my prime suspect in the kidnapping, murdered 4 years ago? This is Michael Clark? He doesn't look anything like the journalist I interviewed. Michael, you have earned a place on my evidence board.
それは遺伝子も変わるね。
Years of no new Michael.
キーリングとキーチェーン。発見した重要な証拠がすべて自動的に壁の追加される。
So clever. All that evidence, and yet no DNA found. The lab team found this keychain in the cabin, but they wouldn't have bothered to examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The keys were just tossed in the evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look.
ずれてんな。あれダメな。違うの。そういうことですか。USB ゲット。
A USB key. Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty little secret it contains. What do they call this? Brass knuckles? Knuckle dusters? Illegal in Massachusetts. Possession alone can lead to serious jail time. Key knife. They sell them on the internet for self-protection.
3569 違うか。3569
What do we find? A capsule and a smell. Bitter almonds. Cyanide.
自殺用ってことかい。割れた時の。
Fluffy. Daisy's plush toy. Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she was innocent. The only fingerprints found on the bottle were Suzanne's.
またなんかあるな。これか。
What do we have here? a flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have lockpicks.
キング用だよな。これ全部
I knew it. The faces don't match at all. They are clearly two different men. I should run facial recognition on my computer.
セザンヌの逮捕でマクイーン地方検事が辞任。違うんだ。検視結果タトゥー。いつもローとの連絡。こことここがつながりそうなんだけど。
A gold mustache. Thank you very much.
モビーディック。
I've read it probably 10 times already, but I can't get enough of it. Don't know why. Maybe because it helps me sleep?
それってつまらんだったじゃない。
I don't have time to waste on magazines. I don't have time to waste on... I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet. Shaved off the Metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago posing as Michael Clark. This goes on the board. Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone, to check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them, and on the wall they go. Absolutely nothing on this Cassetti. His driver's license is almost surely a fake. Okay, the real Michael Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the photo of the fake Michael Clark matches someone in the database of known criminals. I've tried this several times in the past few years, but came up empty. Maybe whoever he really is has finally made a mistake.
鼻の具合、口の感じ。
That could be him, but he looks pretty different. Yes, he seems different at first glance, but still, it's the same person.
Okay.
Nice.
耳はだけど痛い。
No, Joanna. That doesn't track. He's changed his appearance a lot.
鼻をいじったの
Probably
か
had some plastic surgery on his nose, but there is no doubt it's the same person. Let's see why he was arrested.
サミュエル・ラチェット逮捕。2023年11月23日、アルメニアのエレバン空港にて逮捕。盗品の古代工芸品を所持していたため、メソポタミアの小型の彫像3点を押収され、裁判によって差し押さえられている。男は保釈金を支払った。裁判は2024年1月5日に行われている。
Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information does the database have on you? It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't find anything about him. But I know just who to call.
リザルト。
Hello, Braid. Long time.
Oh, Joanna. Hey, how may I assist you?
I need you to search the dark web.
Yeah, can you narrow that down a little? Because, it's pretty big and pretty dark out here.
Could you find intel about a Samuel Ratchet?
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find by email.
Alright, hang on. Okay. Yeah, might be something. I gotta do a deeper dive, but you should find this interesting. Could be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
We're here to save mankind.
なんで急に
Oh, it's a cookbook.
レイドからのメール。ヘクター・マックイーン。2023年6月2日出発地イスタンブールトルコ到着地パリフランス乗客人3人ああそっかヘクター・マックイーンサミュエル・ラチェット・エドワード・マスター
The Orient Express. I'm gonna print these tickets and put them on the board. Mr. Ratchet, what recent...
なんかいるな。まだなんかあるのか。後で。ローレンス・マックイーン娘当選人、彼の家族のマックイーン氏は去年12月のデイジー・アームストロング事件以降以来悩み続けているということで、犯人を法廷に呼び出すことができなかった実績の念に苛まれているかもしれない。この事件をこれ以上追及しないかという結論を下した彼の判断を批判にさらされていた。彼はアームストロング家の育児係のスンモローが誘拐犯であり、その実績の念が彼らが自殺したことで、事件を解決したと結論付けたが、その決定に疑問の声を上げる人も少なからず存在した。彼の家族、とりわけ息子は、早期の辞任という彼にとって難しい判断を下すのにサポートした。後任はアーサー・ウィストン地方検事となる。マックイーン、これと、これと、
The person traveling with Ratchet has the same last name as my district attorney during the Armstrong case?
Master Man.
This tattoo is the same on both pictures.
デイジーの誘拐犯。 チェット。
This is Ratchet's ticket. So, Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. Goodbye, Michael Clark. Hello, Samuel Ratchet, the man who stole your identity and your life.
Georgia. 行かないのか。
These tickets were all booked by McQueen.
がこうなるんでつながる。McQueen.
I knew it. He's the son of my former DA. He goes on the evidence board. Here's what Hector McQueen looks like. Hector McQueen is the son of District Attorney McQueen. This guy works for Ratchet, and if that's a coincidence, I'll eat my badge. Mr. Ratchet, what recent... The Orient... I knew it.
Okay. まだあんのかな。違うな。ここでオリエント急行のこれか。
The Orient Express departs from Istanbul next week. Interesting. I'll put it on the board.
Okay.
The event? Some old train. But that face, that man.
Okay. んで、ここから春。
Next week, a certain Edward Masterman will be on the Orient Express. Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient Express in a week. Hector McQueen will be on the Orient Express next week. Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week.
そしてここが
I
乗
know
車
that
の
face. That's John Armstrong's driver.
Don't その対策を決して口拡散できない敵の話。最後の戦いを繰り広げた娘が誘拐されて殺害された。あと彼は妻とその体に宿っていた第二子と恩を失った。そして娘の信管する容疑者のチャスは彼から正義さえも奪い去った。これはここからここになっちゃった。これがこうか。あれいかない。ボストンの銃撃戦の身元不明の遺体だ。これが誰だ。
The DA resigned soon after the Armstrong case. It haunted him just as it has haunted me.
まだなんかつながる。もうないよな。あとはもうつなげるだけだよね。なんかヒント
As Ratchet is alive, the dead man can only be Noah.
そういうこと
Damn,
か。
Ratchet is taking the Orient Express next week. McQueen, the district attorney's son, is too. Foscarelli, the Armstrong chauffeur, is too. It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have decided to take revenge and will undoubtedly attack Ratchet on this train. I have to be on the Orient Express to stop them. And above all, I must stop Ratchet. But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States. Ratchet can never be judged in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to have him arrested.
Ticket を入手。
Every compartment is taken for this special anniversary journey. It's impossible to find a ticket. What can I do?
誰かの乗車券を買い取る。
Let's find out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid.
Me again.
I haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor. But it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on. Jeez, their IT is surprisingly good. Maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
Oh, no.
Whoa, calm down. I got one name. Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the server was Stacy Johnson. Do you feel like a Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll have to figure out for yourself. I gotta go back to weaving my magic on the web.
Stacy Johnson 女優業映画「非常の愛」に出演病に悩む子供たちを支援する複数の団体に出資しパパラッチに対する暴行で逮捕示談にて解決済み
Hello, is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
私は刑事です
My name is Joanna Locke. I'm a police detective.
And I'm just an actress. Now what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the Orient Express.
Is this a joke? No way.
Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Of course I do. That poor little girl.
I'm a police officer. I have a new lead that may help me find her killer.
Wait, didn't they prove it was the nanny?
I have found compelling new evidence. I've reopened my investigation.
You know, I had my doubts about the murderous nanny. I played a nanny a couple years ago in a slasher. I was killed in the first episode, but it got me interested in helping kids.
Stacy, please. You say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere, I'd do anything I could to help.
Getting me on that train will help more than you can imagine.
So, you want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to this trip.
Hmm. 女優業だから金はあると思うんだよな。
Stacy, I can tell you care about kids. Here's your chance to help put this beast in prison for the rest of his life. Think of the publicity for those causes you care about. Think about the kids.
The kids? Yeah. All right. We'll do it for Daisy and the kids who suffer. I'll take care of changing the tickets to your name and send it to you. Get him. Make him pay.
I will.
ありがとう。
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Stacy was as good as her word. I received the ticket. I called my chief to let him know I was taking my vacation time. I had coming. I flew to Istanbul. I was finally going to nail the monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, and, I suspected, so many others as well. You know the rest.
Orient 急行12月17日午後7時夜になってますね。
And that's how I found myself on this train. On Ratchet's trail. The rest, you know. My identity is easily checked with the Berkshire Police.
Thank you for your detailed account, Mademoiselle Locke. In addition to giving us crucial details of the investigation, you have made it clear that there are many who might wish to see Ratchet dead. I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and your movements, or lack of them, last night eliminate you from our list of suspects.
I agree, without a doubt. Another detective will be great help to the investigation.
Book.
Although my friend certainly does not need any help.
You are too kind.
Thank you for believing me. I'd like to help in any way I can.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see things more clearly. It's obvious whoever drugged you was trying to derail your investigation.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and opportunity to drug you. While you get your strength back, I intend to interview them.
Excellent idea, my friend. All this excitement has whetted my appetite. I'm sure Mademoiselle Locke won't say no to a good, invigorating meal.
What? No. I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection, I will escort you to the restaurant car.
On the contrary, some food will do her the greatest good.
Well, I'm still a little shaky. Mr. Poirot, will you please keep me informed about what you learn?
You may be certain of it.
さあ、ラチェットを殺したのは誰でしょう。ミシェルとシュミット。ミシェル。どういったシュミット。105号室105横だけどいないのか。いや。
All that snow.
Are you familiar with the concept of entropy, Monsieur McQueen?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see you. Entropy? Randomness in a system or something?
Yes. Unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go astray, thanks to something as simple as...
An unexpected passenger?
Perhaps. Or snow. Book is a collector, and not surprisingly, he collects trains.
Are you all right, Mr. Poirot? And Ms. Locke? Has she had symptoms again?
I didn't mean to disturb you, Doctor. Everything progresses satisfactorily.
なんもないね。OK。うん？なんかそこだけ光ってない？気のせい。ライティングのせい？
I have nothing to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone.
さあ、そろそろおしまいかな。解決するかどうか。だいぶ犯人はもう絞られてるから。
Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
水ロックは意識を回復した。
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have dragged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
I know you have sleeping pills, Fräulein.
I do have some. Do you think I'm the only person on this train who finds it difficult to sleep? I believe the Countess Andreni takes them. And I heard the Olsen woman thanking Mrs. Hubbard for a pill.
That was aspirin.
If you say so.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my God. What did I do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few hours while we had time.
We? Time for what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl. Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected to the Armstrong case.
Sonia Armstrong が付き人。
I must admit I'm not right this time.
料理人だった。でもこっちか。遠方だから。
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the
後からなんだ。アームストロング家の料理人。
That was easy.
Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out.
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
Yes. I was the cook of that lovely, lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time to collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. My darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more in exchange.
I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my possession.
Can I get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur Fauchet, with pleasure, when the matter is resolved.
Jean, you've mixed everything up again. Oh, I can't find the coffee liqueur for tonight's dessert.
コーヒーリキュールが見つからない。コーヒーリキュールが見つからないって言ってるよ。
You're right, Mr. Book. This dessert is delicious. I'm glad we didn't wait for dinner.
I promise the entrée will be superb as well.
Detective Locke, you are recovering well, I see.
Yes. I should be helping with the investigation. Do you know who drugged me?
It is early yet for conclusions. When I return, then we shall see.
Do not worry, Poirot. She is in good hands. Otaru, Freya, and yours truly are looking after her.
Not now.
Not now. I have a dinner to prepare. Would you interrupt Michelangelo or Da Vinci?
Michelangelo, Da Vinci.
You can never have too many of these.
さて、どこにいるのかな。いた。誰がいたのかな。
Good evening, Michel. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Otaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse others? You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic reminder to pay my rent. I always forget, and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in the murder. The drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know more than one of those people on the screen.
Yes.
Good.
Silas Hard.
Right. That's the right answer.
知り合いだったのか全員。
You are the father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name?
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most sincere condolences, Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
This job, I loved them, but I was never there for them. Then, a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain, and the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything from you, can we?
Many have been foolish enough to try and keep the truth from Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drugged the tea. But it was only to keep her quiet, until I could... But she reacted so much to the sleeping pills.
She was lucky, as are you, that she didn't die. To be frank, there is one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand now.
ミスター・ハードマンとミスター・ミシェルとの関係は義理の息子になるはずだった。
Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my whole life to you is an open book. Yes, Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of course, much more is clear now.
I have been patient long enough. It is time to go and see what all the commotion is next door.
実質ここからしか行けないね。
Hardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to invent some preposterous story.
But really,
Michelle has told me everything. You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh. I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. We got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy Noah. She would have forgiven me. If only. If only.
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel.
Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing the overdose. No wonder she had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and Luke. I wonder if our master chef gets his recipes from a game. Another golden mustache to treasure.
摂取量は2倍になるからね。
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor, Pierre Michel, both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Locke. Michel will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
I have uncovered multiple connections with the Armstrong case. Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family. What a coincidence, don't you think?
But it's incredible! What are the odds that so many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train?
About the same as you winning the lottery, my friend.
I wasn't the officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then, so she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home.
It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate plot were staged for my benefit.
What did you want to do? まだ車内に。
I must admit I'm not right this time.
すぐに降りていった。時間を操ってんだよね。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
すぐに降りたか。
Et voilà. Some clues and information collected so far could lead to a hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why, indeed. Let me re-explain from the beginning.
PNC は列車に戻り発車した。これはこうなるから車は降りている。こうなるこうなる。上着を脱いだ。こうなって
I do not think that's the right answer.
違うか。こうコンズスピーで振り込みなりすまし、犯人を作って上着は脱いでこれが逆か。
That's the right answer.
Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend. Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
So, we have multiple murderers, all related to the Armstrong case. The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small-town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest detective, Hercule Poirot, dropped into the midst of their meticulous planning.
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case, and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without you. I will continue.
ツインロック、ハードマン、車掌、ヒミとラチェット、1、2、3、4、5、6、7。退役軍人でしょ。5のハバード。
I do not think that's the right answer.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。あと1人が違う。モーリーじゃないよな。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
あ、違った。こっちだ。アンドでいいんだ。
Et voilà. Fräulein Schmidt,
姉を忘れてた。
Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman, and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally, Detective Locke discovered that Mr. Foscarelli was the Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add Detective Locke and Ratchet, of the 12 passengers in that coach, 9 have a connection with the Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
It is time to summon everyone.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent. I have always thought this moment in a case is much like Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, Detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on him.
Well, there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling, Poirot? The lounge?
Perfect.
Then I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
ここなんだけど、食堂か。あれレストランか、ここなんだけど。どういうこと？あ、そういうこと？あ、こっちか。
Monsieur Book, are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then the stage is set for the final act. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but two possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
Two solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is required. Now, you all know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night, when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draught. This man stabbed him with great ferocity, 12 wounds in all. He left the compartment through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's compartment.
Yes, that's so. Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase to cast suspicion on her. And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car. That is the first hypothesis. But there's a second for that. We must examine the motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed?
No, Poirot, think again. Nothing was stolen from the crime scene.
The motive is clear. Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen. And we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned. Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized many people close to the family. Even when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is. It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep,
more than one fatal. Yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic.
アメリカでの陪審員の人数
12 stabs. 12! The same number as a trial jury in the United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had meticulously planned for everything except
snow.
Snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but two detectives on the train. They had to improvise, to hastily add clues and false leads.
まずは赤い着物
This woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a charade to introduce another possible culprit to muddy the waters.
で壊れた時計
The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime.
電子タバコの液体
The vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him.
車掌の上着
The conductor's jacket, found in Detective Locke's suitcase, was put there only to cast suspicion upon her. All these false leads were intended for me. But I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are. Let's start with Detective Locke.
いいえ
Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition. Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had 2 relapses. Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen. When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, "But I thought we had..." I think he meant...
Hmm. 手がかりは全部隠滅したと思った。
You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet.
あれははい。父親のため。
You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is
Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Monsieur McQueen. Your father is one more victim of the man who called himself Ratchet. Now, I will turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur Masterman.
No, Poirot. Remember Ratchet's sleeping pills.
睡眠薬を飲ませて手伝った。
Ratchet sensed danger close to him and naturally wanted to stay awake. You gave him sleeping pills without his knowledge. Once he was sound asleep, you could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant in the war, sir. And afterwards, I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
Now, to leave no suspicious stone unturned, let us move on to Monsieur Book.
What? Me? A suspicious stone?
Ah, なるほど。もう動くのか。列車の客室を見つけてくれたから。
Book, my friend, of course you are not guilty. You did everything you could to get me on this train. What madness would cause you to ensure, and I speak with all modesty, that the best detective in the world could be present to witness your crime?
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel.
Pierre Michel.
Wow. You know better than that.
刺してないのか。じゃあ刺したのかな。いいオフしちゃったみたい。ミツロック。薬を持ったからっていうよりも、水モローの父親だから。
No, that is his motive. I need real, tangible proof.
ああ、動機。
Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately incriminates you, but the murder could not have been possible without your very capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive,
この人の助けがないとダメなんだよね。
Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est enfoiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
Let's move on now to Monsieur Hardman, one of 3 detectives on this train.
ハード。刺しましたね。ミスター・ミシェルが証言した。
Monsieur Hardman, I think you are a real detective, but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre Michel. However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death of your beloved.
I That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
I never doubted it. Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook. Fraulein Schmidt, you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally, Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Let us move on to Countess Andreni. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it?
Even if it seems logical, it's more complicated than that. I believe Countess Andreni.
刺してないのか。むしろ夫が刺したの。なんでソニア・アームストロングに持ったからね。道徳上人を刺すことはできないから。人を刺すだけの力はないから。
Countess Andreni is young and fit. Physically quite capable of stabbing Ratchet. The problem must be somewhere else.
Countess Andreni, being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had every reason in the world to want to avenge her. But you were incapable of stabbing someone, even after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you, Count Andreni.
代わりに刺したんでしょ。アンドレニ伯爵夫人の身代わりになるために。
12 people, a jury. This was very important to all of you. If Countess Andreni did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband. I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife.
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes, even that. Let's move on to Monsieur Foscarelli. Detective Locke found out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur, and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me. And she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants, a worthy calling. I do not...
刺したの？オールソン。ミズ・デブナムがアリバイを証言したため。違う。
Mademoiselle Olson, you supported Madame Hubbard's story about her connecting door latch, a story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So, you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
Enough! I can't take this anymore. I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is. She was my little Daisy, my angel, so patient. When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olsen. You too shed light on your part in this mystery. You were Daisy Armstrong's nurse. I will ask you no more questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know to be the truth, and I understand. Let's move on. Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder them.
You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Bouc, whom I would trust with my life.
That is very kindly said, my friend.
We now come to Mademoiselle Debenham and Captain Arbuthnot, whose relationship was not in doubt from the moment I inspected your room at the hotel.
You have a bloody nerve.
Indeed, I do.
We're getting married.
Congratulations. But I would rather talk about your relationship to John Armstrong. That's the right answer. Captain Arbuthnot, you served in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until... There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have caused me quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong family was not obvious. Then I remembered the job you currently hold. That was easy. You were the teacher of... No, she was the teacher of Countess Andrény. You were the teacher of Helena Andrény, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andrény.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
Captain Arbuthnot. No, Poirot. Unlike the train, you are on the wrong track.
刺してたか。そっか、結局ベイクのリキッドあるから。
No, his vial found that the crime scene was a decoy.
ミスター・マックイーンの証言があったから。
You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen. But his testimony melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof. Unless you have another one.
一個が解ければ。
As for you, Mademoiselle Debenham.
もう指してるでしょ。
Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could confirm your alibi. I think you know where you stand.
Very good, Mr. Poirot. Are you satisfied?
I will be soon. Now I must turn to Sonia Armstrong's godmother, Princess Dragomirov.
刺しましたね。唯一の左利き。
Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list of suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as Princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train. And the single blow to ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say...
Sonia Armstrong.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
アーデンって誰だ、アーデン。
Linda Arden. If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress, madame. Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb. I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious.
わからねえ。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
ここと関係あるでしょ。で、アンドレニア、夫人、オーバー。こっちか、こっちか。ちょっと待って、ヒントを見させて。ハーバード夫人はアームストロン家の血縁者だ。血縁者だからアンドレニのここは合ってるからここじゃねえのか。
I must admit I'm not right this time.
だとするとデイジーのソニアのあれと出てるから
This is wrong. But I'm never far.
母親になるんだ。
That was easy.
Mrs. Hubbard, you are the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andreni.
刺しましたね。掛け金を隠した。
Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic, each person playing his or her allotted part. So carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, The evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train, and the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day. I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants. We decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us. Or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Well, we managed that. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much. But he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east, sooner or later, by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us. What are you going to do about it? If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me, and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death, and her child's, and that of the other child who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it. All these good, faithful souls.
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Bouc. What do you say?
In my opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest that that is the solution we offer to the police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution before you, I have the honor to retire from the case.
これで解決ですね。お？その後？
I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night, Poirot, but it couldn't wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine the body and I discovered a wound covered by another. The blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but 13 stabs.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice?
Doctor, a different knife was used. There is only one explanation. Somehow, some way, there is a 13th murderer on this train. We must tell Book. The case is not solved.
なんだとまだいる。オリエント急行12月18日午前9時朝明けました。
Please come in. Ah, Book. I see we are moving at last.
Yes. The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well, we will arrive in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours for refueling and reprovisioning. What do we do with the 13th murderer? Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue that was left aside in my investigation. The diary I found in Ratchet's safe mentioned an appointment in Venice. Someone with the initials A.W. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him.
Eh? わかんねえ。忘れた。ベネチア。18日。フォルナタ・デリコリーニ、ベネチア、18日。時間22時。10時か。
That's the right answer.
Hasting なんじゃそれ。コンスタンティンシン。少々お待ちください。お手洗い貸してください。お待たせしました。 違う俺が見たかったのは逆だね。皆さんのところが行けるようになってんのか。あれ全員いないのもしかして。
I don't have time for small talk. How would it look to the police if I asked a suspected murderer for help? I don't have time for small talk.
別のとこにいるのか。
How would it look to the... I don't have time.
食堂車にいるのか。
How would it... I think we should let Ratchet rest in peace. I don't have time for... How would it...
ないね。どこにいるの？ここにいるのか。
Doctor, a moment. Have you made arrangements for Ratchet's body?
Yes, it will be collected by the Italian authorities when we reach Venice. The autopsy will be performed there. However, there is something odd.
Oh?
Since the train is French, jurisdiction must be shared. When I told them you were already on the scene, they have both agreed to support your investigation until we reach Paris. Ratchet's compartment will be sealed until we arrive there. All of those who conspired to kill Ratchet are to be confined to the train until then as well.
So, thanks to you, I am the rope in a tug of war between two countries.
Oh, but I thought you would want to be in charge. And isn't it odd we continue on our journey with a trainload of people that police consider potential murderers?
Calm yourself, Doctor. It is not the first time I find myself in the middle. And to be honest, I welcome the chance to see this case through. It is fast becoming one of the most challenging of my career.
何か問題はないかい？
So, my dear book, how does our journey progress?
We are well on our way to Venice. All of our passengers are locked in their rooms by order of the authorities. I watch them when they want to stretch their legs, like the captain there behind you.
I see that you have the situation well in hand.
No.
Hello, Monsieur Fauché. Is everything going well?
As well as can be expected. Our stocks of food and drink are running low. An unexpected layover on mountains and an unexpected murder didn't help. Have you ever noticed that when things get tense, people tend to eat and drink more?
It is curious that, even when they are accused of murder, as much as I learn of human nature, people still manage to surprise me. At least, we'll soon be in Venice.
Yes, we'll be able to stock up on enough provisions there. As long as there isn't another murder.
もうやめてもらいたいところだね。あら、どうしたの？
Hello, Monsieur Maury.
頭痛？
So, Monsieur Maury, how is your headache?
Much better, thank you.
See you soon, Monsieur Maury.
ならよかった。なんもない？なんもないね。オッケー。 お、牛がいる。いやー、やっと動いてる列車を見たよ。景色が変わらなかったからね。ひげはあるのかい？いや、このブロックみたいな住み方どうなってんの？
Locked. Well, I don't need to return there anyway.
さて、刑事さんと一緒に行きますか。ずっと頑張ってた方だしね。
Mademoiselle Locke, you are clearly an excellent police officer. Could you accompany me to Venice for an investigation into Ratchet's activities? There is much we still need to know.
Well, yes. It would be an honor to work with you. And I'm glad you trust me. What do you have in mind?
There was a notation in Ratchet's appointment book. He had an appointment.
With who?
There were only the initials A.W. They were to meet at 10 o'clock at the Fontana dei Conigli. I want to know who Ratchet was meeting and why.
But you've already discovered the 12 conspirators. Why is this meeting important?
Unfortunately, the case is not complete. Dr. Constantine has discovered the presence of a 13th stab wound.
One of them could have stabbed him twice.
The wound was made with another, finer blade. Why would one of them have used two knives? Did they want to confess they killed him more than the others? And if so, why bother to deny it when they have already confessed? No, it makes no sense. And I do not close a case until all questions have been answered. You, of all people, must understand this.
You're right. I do understand. I'll help you.
Thank you. Together, we will uncover the truth. We will arrive in a few hours. Take the opportunity to rest.
I slept well last night. No more effects of the drug.
Excellent. Then be prepared when we reach Venice. We have another mystery to solve.
This is the third embarking dock, and no gondoliers available at all. With Carnival, you can't find a gondolier to cross that damn canal. They're all booked. The worst thing is that the fountain is just across this canal. We're almost there.
Venezia か。
I see a gondolier just over there.
ゴンドリアン、船頭、そういうの。運河を渡る。
Every carnival, my friends and I mask, and every carnival, we lose one another.
そうか。
It's calm and relaxing, although not as clean as it could be.
何しとんそんなところ。今ここだよって。
It's impossible to find a gondolier during carnival. Ancora una volta sono dalla parte spagliata del canale per la festa.
Sorry, I don't speak Italian.
タリア語。船頭、これか。
Hi there. We'd like to cross the canal, please.
There is a bridge about a kilometer down the canal.
Please. According to the map, the Fontana dei Conigli is just across the canal here.
No, I, Gabriele, cannot help you. I'm sorry.
We'll miss the 10 o'clock rendezvous if we try to get through this crowd, and have to walk a kilometer in both directions. Why is he refusing to take us across? He looks upset. I should try to find out why.
If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me now.
His problem isn't money. What is it then?
金ではない。
Show me how an American detective would handle this.
ちょい。なんかあるぞ。
Not a picture for the tourist brochures. Not a picture for... Not a picture for the tourist brochure.
がない。なんかあんの。
Ah, what a sham. A beautiful bouquet crushed by revelers.
そういうことか。花を探せ。こっちも行けたんだ。なんかどういうことよこれ。行けなくなってんじゃん。
It's calm and relaxing.
So cool. 乗せて。あとはもうこっちの端っことかではね、入れないしな、こういうと。なんでここ行けないの？謎の見えない壁。あとは飛んだ。これしかないんだよ。
Not a picture for the tourist brochures.
なんかあるわけでもないしな。なんもないんだよな。猫ちゃんいるけどさ、違うしな。
Ancora una.
Sorry.
イタリア語はわからない。誰か話せる人いるのか？
You have my full confidence, mademoiselle. I'll leave it to you.
こんなところにもある。
Bella Chiara, the beautiful Chiara. A beautiful name for a beautiful gondola.
ゴンドラ乗りの困りごと。花束を台無しにしてしまった。
This isn't it. Think. That's it.
恋人と喧嘩？キアラ。
Sweet. Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all.
でいいのか。
I'm sorry you had a fight with Chiara.
What? How did you know?
I'm a detective. I'd like to help, if I can.
If you have a spare engagement ring, detective, I'll take it.
Ah, I see. You lost the engagement ring you were planning to give Chiara?
Lost? It is worse than that. I threw it away in the canal. I bitterly regret this gesture. I now find myself without a girlfriend and without a ring.
If we find the ring, maybe the gondolier will take us across.
You are right. There is not much time. I will help you.
Ah, これであっちか。
I know someone who will be happy. There are too many plastic bottles in the world. I don't need an empty soda can.
Okay, 見つけた。これでどうかな？
Excuse me. I believe I have something that belongs to you.
Mamma mia, grazie mille, signorina. With this, I can now win my Chiara's heart again. I know it. How to thank you?
My friend and I need to get to the other side. We have a very important date at the Fontana di Conigli.
Ah, yes. The rabbit fountain. Of course, I'll take you across. Then I will call Chiara. Hopefully, she will forgive me.
I'm sure she will.
Well done, Detective Locke.
This district of Venice is very charming. You will love it.
If it's not too much to ask, can you wait for us until we return?
Yes, no worries. I can call Chiara from here. To find the fountain, walk along the quay on the left, then cross the bridge and you are there. You cannot miss it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Signorina. You have made me the happiest gondolier in Venice. Chiara, I'm sorry.
さあ行きましょう。なんかあるかな。本当だ、人がいっぱいでいろいろ行けないんだ。猫ちゃん。ウサギの噴水、あれか。来てみたけれど。誰が誰なの？めっちゃ
It's
カラスいる。
9:55. The right time in the right place. Now AW just needs to show up.
You made me run, Detective Locke. Poirot does not run. I'll wait, sitting down.
Did you see anyone who could be AW?
No, no one. But who knows what those masks and costumes are hiding?
Oh, 怪しいな。
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua maschera?
違うって。
We have an appointment, I believe?
I don't think so. I've never met you.
いや、あんた誰だ？そうやって声かけても違うって言うよ。
We have an appointment, I believe?
I don't think so. I've never met you.
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
Party?
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove.
違う。どこにいるの？
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
パーティーの。いないね。
Did you see anyone who could be AW?
No, no one.
Oh, 不思議だ。
Shiny facial hair. The good news is that it's gold.
あなたは違うの？他になんか言った？ Ding.
Nobody. The desk clerk must be asleep or off partying. If there's no one to help me, they won't mind if I help myself.
アンドリュー・リーリー、エリア・シェルストロップ、パスカル・コスタ、アレサンドル・どれかいか。ブラックウェイト。ちゃうな。これも違う。W。これか。アゼーズ・リー・ワディさん。
Aziz Wadi. That's the only name that corresponds to the initials AW.
Paziente, non ti ho sentito. Posso aiutarla?
Fontana dei Colli.
Hello. I'm looking for the Fontana dei Conigli. Do you know where it is?
Ah, it's right in front of the hotel. It's easy to recognize because of rabbits.
Thank you. I had an appointment with someone, but I can't find him. I wondered if he might be staying in your hotel.
I can't help you unless you give me the name.
I have an appointment with Mr. Aziz Wadi. Do you know if he's here?
Well, unfortunately, he left the hotel this morning. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he left a carta. You are?
Mrs. Ratchet.
I'm Mrs. Ratchet.
Mr. Wadi asked me to give the message to the signore, but I suppose this is okay.
どうも監視されているらしい。落ち合う場所を変更する。アリサ、噴水のところに座っていました。アリスは白いウサギの像を見ました。突然ウサギは飛び出していったので、アリスはついていきました。またアリスの後を追ってみましょう。狭い路地を抜けて橋を渡ると、2人の男がいました。どちらの帽子の高さ上か言い争っています。アリスは狭い路地に戻り、小さな広場に行きました。そこには猫がいてお茶を飲んでいます。いたずら子猫はまた別の路地に走っていきます。アリスは追いかけました。アリスは息を切らせながら大きな広場に着きました。そこにはトランプの兵士の兵舎がありました。すると兵士隊がアリスに向かって行進しました。アリスは走って鳩場の端に着きました。そこにはゴルゴのついた大きな扉があります。秘密のない方が必要です。それはアリスが今までの道のりで集めたものです。アリス。ありがとうございます。っていうことは、これを追いかけろと。
So, mademoiselle, was our mysterious AW here?
No, but I managed to get his name, Aziz Wadi, and a letter he wrote for Ratchet. It seems to be a kind of riddle rhyme.
Let me see. Well, Ratchet and Mr. Wadi must love this book to refer to it so much.
Yes, I think we have to search and find the tracks that this person left for Ratchet to find him.
I think so. Lead the way, Mademoiselle Locke.
噴水のところに座っていました。白い像のウサギを見ていました。突然ウサギが飛び出していったので、あれはついていきました。白いウサギを見ていて座ってた。ここにいたんだろうね。で、この状態で、違いです。さっきまで行けなかったところだ。狭い路地を抜けていくと、橋を渡らないといけない。橋はどこだ？橋を渡ると、帽子の高さについてなんか言ってるやつがいる。どこやねん。帽子の高さ。こっちではないのか。ちょっとマジでこの走れないのを見てほしい。指が痛い。
Do you need help, Detective Locke?
It looks like the writer of this letter is quoting Alice in Wonderland.
No, I think it is a pastiche. Monsieur Carroll was a much better writer than this.
It's a riddle. No, a map.
Both. I think Mr. Wadi was worried their business might be known, and has given Ratchet directions to a new rendezvous point. We have a reference to hats in the letter. Where can we find hats? Mr. Wadi's letter mentions a rabbit. The rabbit fountain is an obvious starting point. I believe the letter refers to this place. If we follow the letter, our next landmark will be a cat. A real cat is not likely. Let's try to find a picture or a sign with a cat.
この違和感が。帽子屋がここにあるから、2人の男がこっちで合ってるってことか。こっち行って、 個。アイスクリーム。猫いた。これか。で、猫がいて、あ、間違えた。で、トランプ兵隊の兵舎。兵隊の兵舎。トランプ兵隊。アドブガード。どっちやねん。トランプ兵隊。回り出すね、こっち。現在地。弊社。J。ホテルサンタマリア。N はなんだ。わからん。ちょっとこっちを行ってみよう。メデューサがある。番号か。9があって、うわ見てね。ちょっと待て。猫があって、猫。ちょっと待って。戻らなあかんの大変や。猫を見つけたけど。猫のここになんか数字あった？数字らしいのないぞ。通ってきた道のところになんか数字はあったっぽいが、ここにも猫いたな。ちょっと戻らなあかんの大変やって、これ動き遅いね。ちょ 走らしてよ。ここに8はあったんだけど、8はいて、これは覚えてて、順番だから、あれこれ戻ってくんだ。うわー、ぐるぐる回されてたってこと？そういうことか。最悪やな。ああ、もうわかんなくなっちゃった。どこから来たんだっけ？こっちから来たんだっけ？からか。だからうさぎ2番から8番28で28こっちで8でしょね。マジで重い。で8ちゃんと走って28どっかに数字猫の数字トランプ286変にはないよね。数字はどこだ？2869 2869
No, this isn't it.
なんかが足りない。なんか間にあるのか？
No, Joanna. That doesn't track.
もう手当た
I
り
don't
しない
need
やろ
Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong.
出た当たり。4どこにあった？全然わかんなかった。なんか人がいるな。倒れてんぞ。刺してる。
Hey, you.
なんだしゃ？
I can't lose them.
までー。待て待てー。これは きなりレースになってる。逆。
Move over.
わからなくなった。似たようなのが。
Too many! Too many masks! The murderer could be standing there watching me and laughing.
Yes, Detective Locke?
The murderer got away. I'm coming back, but it looked like he dropped something when he climbed the first wall.
All right, I'll go and see. For my part, unfortunately, I could do nothing for the victim. He was already dead. I have already alerted the Italian authorities. I will see what I can find while I wait for them.
金が。これはメガネ
A
じゃん。
pair of women's glasses. Was Ratchet planning a new identity? There must be several tens of thousands of dollars in this bag. The victim was stabbed. Apparently the method of choice in this case. A bunch of keys. If, as seems likely, Mr. Wadi is a resident of Geneva, then one of these may belong to his home there. Mr. Wadi's Swiss passport. I'll see if I can find a match on the internet to confirm his identity.
どこなんだこ
れ? This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Think, Poirot. I must admit I'm not right this time. No, not good. I must admit I'm not. Think, Poirot. I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong. I do not think.
めっちゃ広がるんだけど。あ、間違えてた。 そういうこと？
Et voilà. Various clothes in his suitcase. Mr. Wadi was obviously planning to leave this city.
Hmm. あともう一個どっかにあるのかなんか。
The victim was
コモはっている？なんかあった。あら。
a false passport with Ratchet's picture. Ratchet? How many others? Now he will become Enrico Caldo. It appears Ratchet changed his identity as often as his socks.
金は取りに来るだろうな、また。
According to the information I have, this is a solid choice.
I'm sorry I couldn't catch the suspect, Mr. Poirot.
There is no need to apologize, mademoiselle. Your efforts were marvelous. I found some information about Mr. Wadi.
Did you access the FBI database?
Don't worry, my little gray cells were enough. However, the database may confirm the origin of these banknotes.
No need. I included them when I continued my investigation.
Excellent.
Score. One for the good guys. Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all. That is a great detective job.
Mr. Poirot, it's part of the ransom money from the Armstrong case.
You are surprised?
I suppose not. So Ratchet had it in an account at the Banque du Lac.
It would seem so. He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced, and he could not spend it. So,
He stashed it there.
But now he's run low. Something he didn't count on. He hopes enough time has passed so he can begin to spend the ransom money.
Ah, there is something else he didn't count on.
What's that?
He didn't count on you, Detective Locke, and your tenacity.
Thank you. But we are still left with a murderer on the loose.
But we progress. We know Mr. Wadi had an appointment with Ratchet. He had a bag full of money and a passport with Ratchet's photo, but a new name. What is your opinion about the passport?
ラチェットのパスポートは
I discovered that he was arrested in Armenia for trafficking in stolen art and was supposed to be arraigned in January. Once again, he changed his identity and vanished.
You are correct, mademoiselle. He also told me that he was threatened, and that threatening letter we found in his room was real. He had to disappear once again.
The bag isn't very big. He could have easily run away with it. If he didn't take it, it was deliberate. He wasn't interested in the money. If the motive wasn't money, it leaves passion or revenge for motive.
So, Detective Locke, what do you think? Passion or revenge?
Revenge seems like an obvious motive to me. The murderer carefully followed Wadi from the fountain to the new meeting place despite Wadi's precautions. That is cold and careful.
Excellent. We cannot yet know for certain, but that is a sound psychological analysis. We have an idea of the motive. It is the same motive as that of our 12 would-be murderers on the train. But we still must know who was under that mask.
What if Ratchet hired a hitman to kill Wadi, in order to not leave a witness?
An interesting possibility, but it is much more likely that Mr. Wadi's killer is also Ratchet's killer.
Of course, if the two were stabbed in revenge, and both are tied to the Armstrong case.
Yes, so our murderer is linked to the Armstrong case. The money is linked to the Armstrong case. But these glasses that I found in the bag, they must have something to do with this case too.
Wait, those glasses mean something to me. Wait, I know. I've seen these. They belong to Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nurse. I remember seeing them in her bedroom, but they were gone the day she died.
I remember the press saying that the nurse had committed suicide.
I've always believed otherwise, and the glasses are proof that she was killed by Ratchet, or his accomplice. He took those glasses. I always had a gut feeling, but now, Mr. Poirot, now I have proof Suzanne was innocent.
Yes, you do. But the question I ask myself is this. Why did Ratchet keep these glasses?
Ratchet used to leave fake evidence at the scene of his crimes to incriminate others. He did the same thing to frame Suzanne.
Possibly. But keeping an object belonging to his victim as a souvenir of the murder, that is the behavior of a fetishist.
Now that you mention it, in my investigation at the time, I had already found Daisy's hair clip in Ratchet's cabin. And now we find Suzanne's glasses in a bag for Ratchet.
2 objects from 2 victims of Ratchet. He is a trophy hunter.
Okay, we managed to clear up some of the gray areas. What now?
The bag only contained a fraction of the $1 million ransom of the Armstrong case. The rest must still be in a secure place. I will make a wager with you that it is the Banque du Lac in Geneva where Mr. Wadi worked.
Wadi was also the keeper of Ratchet's secrets. They were killed by the same murderer.
Agreed. Well, there is nothing more we can do here except wait for the police. Prepare yourself for a long evening with the police. We have a lot of explaining to do.
And after that?
A visit to Geneva, perhaps?
Venetia, ベネチア、12月18日、11時49分、到着。出発するのかな、また。Sleeping car.
Here you are at last. I was worried about you.
We just left the police station. We had to explain to the Italian police that we were not murderers.
What? Another murder?
I'll tell you when we're underway. Are all passengers and staff aboard?
Yes, everyone is here. We were waiting for you.
Excellent. Let's not waste any more time. We have to make a longer than usual stop in Lausanne.
What? How long?
Long enough to do a little banking in Geneva.
But this is madness. A 13th murderer of Ratchet?
Mon ami, he was not well liked.
But Monsieur Michel would have seen anyone enter Ratchet's compartment. And there were another 10 people milling about, taking their turn at stabbing him. How could they not notice an uninvited killer?
なぜミスター・ミシェルを殺人犯を目撃しなかったのか。
The 13th killer could have acted when Michel was smoking on the platform at Vinkovsky. But even after the train departed, Michel was absent from his post at the end of the corridor several times the night of the murder. I must know where he really was and when. Yes, he most certainly returned to the train.
How can you be sure?
It's obvious. I mean, I hope Mr. Poirot agrees.
Please continue, Detective Locke.
All the passengers and crew are still aboard. If the killer of Mr. Wadi had remained in Venice, we would have noticed right away that someone was missing, and we could have alerted the authorities.
I promise you, I made certain everyone was aboard before we embarked.
Book, calm yourself.
Calm myself? But we're back where we started. There is still another murderer on my train. Wait a moment. Can I change my mind about my verdict? Can we turn everyone over to the police?
Everyone? Including ourselves?
What? No. No. Oh, it's a nightmare.
Let us take it step by step, my friend. We can start by eliminating all of the members of the Ratchet jury. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. If we eliminate the 12 jurors, we are left with 7 additional suspects.
7? It's still too many.
I agree. We must reduce our list.
Excuse my impatience, Poirot. It's as if my beautiful train is cursed. Can you exonerate any of the 7?
Book worked hard to get me aboard the train. He is definitely not a suspect. Well done. Mademoiselle Locke cannot be a suspect. She pursued Mr. Wadi's murderer. Dr. Constantine alerted me to the 13th stab wound. He is not a suspect. I'm right again. That
I have 4 suspects left who I must now examine more closely. Miss Nielsen, Monsieur Maury, Monsieur Fauché, and Countess Andrény.
One of my employees? Suspicious?
All 3 got off the train in Venice to restock supplies. Any one of them might have slipped away without being noticed.
I suppose. But what of Countess Andrény? You cleared her yourself.
She is cleared of the first murder, but we know little of her movements here in Venice. So, we still have 4 suspects to interview. Detective Locke?
I can't join you, Poirot. My chief saw something on the news about the case and my involvement. He's demanding an explanation. If I want to keep my badge, I have to call him.
Then you must do so by all means.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I understand.
I'll make the call for my compartment. If you're looking for me, I'll be there.
I hate to say this, Poirot, but I must. There is, of course, one other suspect with a motive for murder. The ransom money.
You mean Detective Locke? Then who did she chase? Who killed Aziz? We both saw the masked murderer standing over the body.
それこそ共犯がまたいるって話になっちゃうからな。
There's more to the story.
I don't need Detective Locke for the moment. Another delightful trophy for my collection.
だね。ヒゲちゃんゲット。大丈夫ですか?
Doctor, I need to question Countess Andrény.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Mr. Poirot. The Countess had an anxiety attack when we arrived in Venice. She was terrified the police would come for her and her husband, despite how you concluded your investigation. I had to give her a sedative. She has been sleeping since.
You have stayed with her all the time we were in Venice?
Count Andrény begged me to watch over her. I have not left this room.
You're the reason she's in this state.
Book voted to absolve you all. I accepted his verdict.
I told her. I tried to reason with her. What she has already suffered, the strain of these last few days, it was too much.
I understand, Count. It's quite all right. I have the answers I came for.
震えちゃってるよ。
Ah, Michel, I have a few more questions to ask you, if you will allow me.
Anything, Monsieur Poirot. We are in your debt.
チェット殺害当夜の時系列。
Let us review the actual timeline of the night of Ratchet's murder, not the one manufactured to hide your crime.
I left the train in Minkowski for a smoke. Then I resumed my post. That was the truth. The train departed on schedule. But then, of course, an avalanche of snow blocked the tracks. At 12:45, Madame Hubbard and I met in her compartment to discuss how to adapt our plan.
Due to the snow and Poirot.
The little play we had staged for you had to be rewritten. I left her compartment at approximately 1:15.
Then the curtain went up. Calls in the night, the red kimono, all for my benefit.
And all for nothing, as it turned out.
Do not blame yourself, Michel. I am the theater critic no playwright wants to see in the audience.
あなたはベネチアで何をしていたのか?
Please tell me your movements when we were stopped at Venice Station.
Once the compartments were cleaned and the linen refreshed, I stayed in my quarters.
Did you notice anything special? Comings and goings?
Monsieur Bouc had asked everyone to stay in their compartments. I would occasionally walk the train to ensure everyone was comfortable. Oh, I saw Monsieur Maury was all alone loading his crates of provisions. A great chef like that, reduced to petty labor, I would have helped him. But Monsieur Bouc had ordered me not to leave the train for any reason. So, Monsieur Maury was forced to labor alone.
なるほど。モリーはいたのか、じゃあ。あら、なんか弾いてる。
You play well. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you. Many years of piano lessons thanks to my mother. I try to play in a few clubs in Paris when I get the chance. But as you can see, it hasn't made me rich. What can I do for you?
Conversation only.
殺害当初の時系
Tell me
列。
again about your poker game the night of the murder.
It's a regular game to help relax after a long day. Let's see, we started around 11 p.m. We took a short break in Minkowski. Hotaru, Pierre, and I. The game finished up around 2 a.m. We'd all had quite a bit to drink. Ah, yes. I left for about 10 minutes to refrigerate champagne for the next day. That must have been around 1 a.m.
May I see your knives?
Of course. They are here.
If you don't mind.
Help yourself. They are under the bar counter.
カウンターの下。ベネチアで何をしていた?
Tell me about your time in Venice.
I had Monsieur Bouc's permission to see my sister. She lives in Marghera, just outside of Venice. She had a baby a few weeks ago. This was my first chance to meet my new nephew.
Monsieur Bouc gave you permission?
Yes, you can ask him.
Most assuredly, I will. What time did you leave and when did you return?
I left around 9:10 p.m. I was back by 10:45 p.m. When I got back, Hotaru was in a lot of pain. I gave him a back massage.
That would have been enough time to kill Monsieur Wadi and return to the train. None of these come close to the wounds on either body.
You told Fauché he could go into Venice?
Marghera, actually. Not so far away. It was his only chance to see his sister. He's been working every train for weeks. There is never time to see the new baby.
Enough, Bouc. Your heart does you credit, but your common sense, it...
I know. But it's fine. Isn't it? He did come back.
Oh, it's fine, as you say. Unless He saw the baby, then killed someone else and returned to the train.
But that's monstrous.
Murder is always monstrous, my friend.
許可を得てたか。なんだこれ。アフターア
Saffron
サフラン
must be worth a small fortune.
ああ
Good evening, Monsieur Mori. May I have a moment of your time? I have a few questions to ask you.
Of course, as long as you don't mind if dinner is ruined.
I promise to be as brief as possible.
ラチェット殺害当時の
Tell
時系
me
列
about your poker game the night of the murder.
We started around 11 p.m. when John finished his shift. We played until around 2
怖そうだ
a.m.
な。
From what I remember, it's a bit vague.
You played without a break.
Actually, we did break once for a smoke. John, Pierre, and I. When we stopped in Vinkovsky.
When was that?
Around midnight?
1時頃とか言ってなかったっけ
As you may know, I have solved the murder of Monsieur Ratchet.
That is a shame.
I beg your pardon?
The bastard sent my steak tartar back, telling John I was to burn it.
I will add it to the list of his crimes. One wound on Monsieur Ratchet's body was struck by a very sharp, thin-bladed knife. We haven't found it yet.
You think one of mine was used?
I'd like to have a look, if you don't mind.
In that drawer.
いっぱいあるな。
An impressive set of knives, but their blades are too wide to have been used for the crime.
What did you do while we were stopped in Venice?
With Freya's help, I loaded fresh produce for the next part of our journey. Then, you may not believe this, but my job requires a lot of physical labor. My back suffers. Fortunately, John has become quite adept at separating my vertebrae.
あれ差が出てんな。一人しか一人でやってたって言ってたけど。ほんまか。
A black feather. That reminds me of something. A black feather.
ってことはこっちにはああね。でここにはなんだこれは。
The box is secured by some sort of locking mechanism. The design is formed by 3 commas. What is the word in Japanese? Tamoe. And it's obviously missing a piece.
こっちにいる一人だけいるからな。
Good evening, Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I talk to you for a moment?
Of course, Mr. Poirot. I'm not going to bed right away.
Can you tell me exactly about your poker game the night of the murder?
We started around 11 p.m. In Vinkovsky, we took a short break. Hotaru and Pierre went outside to smoke. Oh, and Hotaru got sick around a few minutes past 1 a.m. 1:10 a.m. maybe? He spent about 15 minutes in the bathroom, but he didn't want to quit on a losing streak.
Did his luck improve?
No, so we played to around 2 a.m. He lost every hand.
みんな言ってることバラバラだな。
Dr. Constantine found a stab wound on Ratchet's body that was caused by a much thinner and sharper blade than the others.
Possibly a chef's knife?
My thought, precisely.
And you'd like to see my knives?
If you wouldn't mind.
I would gladly show you if I had any, but I don't. I use the regular kitchen knives. You may search if you don't believe me.
I see.
All the knives the staff use are in the kitchen or in the lounge, except...
Except?
Otaro prefers to use his own.
Monsieur Mori doesn't use the kitchen knives?
Not usually. I know he keeps a set of traditional Japanese knives in a box in his room. He doesn't let anyone else use them. Although now that I think of it, he has been using the kitchen knives lately.
Can you tell me your movements while we were stopped in Venice?
That'll be easy. I didn't move much at all. Let's see. I helped Hotaru load all of the food crates aboard the train. Hotaru had everything he needed, but I realized they forgot half of my order. I spent over an hour on the phone with the supplier without success. I had to change the dessert menu for tomorrow.
I've talked to everyone, but some elements of the testimonies do not seem to correspond. I need to recheck a few things.
Aha! Golden moustache.
It's still locked. I need to move the parts on the side.
Okay. これじゃいけねえのか。これをマックス避ける方法はあれないの？移動、ナビゲート、回転、そっと 下にはあったりしないのか。ここが開かんから。ちょっとわからなくなった。リセットしよう。これやってるよね。逆か。そういうことか。これ全部出さなあかんのか。こうなって、これがこうなるだろう。ガツンで止まるんだよね。あ、これでいけんのか。
An object that looks like a broken comma. It must be part of something else.
いただきました。これで入れれますね。
Porteria Venezia.
ベネチア。
Sushi knives. Razor sharp. Sushi knife.
これだけ。あれだけベネチアって書いてあるね。
Sushi knives. Razor sharp.
服部正成。あら。 森さん、一番怪しくなかった人。
Tell me about your well, I'm sorry, Monsieur Mori, but haven't you forgotten something? You haven't told me about the knives hidden in your room.
Ha! Yes, indeed. I forgot to tell you about those. They are my personal knives. I only use these knives. There are none better. I bought them all in Japan. No one is allowed to touch them except me.
I'm afraid you are better at sushi than lying.
What? What do you mean?
One of the knives has an inscription, Coltelleria Venezia. Did you happen to go shopping tonight, monsieur?
Damn you, Poirot. Very well. One of my sushi knives has been missing since the night of the murder. I thought you were going to believe I killed Ratchet. He routinely sent back my dishes to be ruined. Why does God give rich people the money to afford the best cuisine, but not the palate to appreciate it? I panicked. I know a very good store in Venice. I went to buy a knife to replace the one that had gone missing. So, I wouldn't be accused. I assure you that I had nothing to do with any murders.
I would have an easier time believing you, monsieur, if you put that knife down.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry.
What time did you leave on your little shopping trip?
I left around 9:30 p.m. I was back a little after 11:15 p.m.
Time enough to stab Monsieur Wadi and...
Very well, Monsieur Mori. That's all for now. If I have another question...
I'll be right here.
また持ってる持ってる。怖い怖い。ミズ・ニールセン。
Remind me of what you did when the train stopped in Venice.
No problem. I helped Hotaru load all of the food crates aboard the train. Hotaru had everything he needed, but I realized they forgot half of my order. I spent over an hour on the phone with the supplier, without success. I had to change the dessert menu for tomorrow.
Mademoiselle, I believe you're hiding the truth from me.
What makes you say that?
Michel saw Monsieur Mori carrying the crates of food alone. You weren't on the platform.
I did help Hotaru.
The entire time? He carried so many crates, his back was sore.
Ah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, I'm guilty. I did leave him before we were finished, but I had to. There was no saffron he needed for a recipe. I volunteered to go into Venice and get him some. The Rialto market would be open late because of the carnival. He gave me money. I knew we weren't supposed to leave the train, but I only wanted to help. Mr. Mori can confirm this. Ask him. I saved dinner.
On behalf of my palate, I thank you. How long were you gone?
I left at 9:10 p.m. and was back with the saffron around 11. That's when I called my supplier for the items I was missing.
Miss Nielsen had almost 2 hours to buy the saffron, find a costume, kill Monsieur Wadi, elude Detective Locke and make it back to the train for that phone call. Yes, it's possible that was enough time.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Nielsen. That is all for now.
Sorry again, Mr. Poirot. I hope you enjoy tonight's dessert.
みんなが怪しいんだ。スタッフの殺人発生時のアリバイを証明できる要素を2つ選択。シャンペン冷やしてた。廊下を見ていなかった。スタッフの一人だった。
No, not good.
廊下を見ていなかった。これとこうか。
I must admit I'm not right this time. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
ずっとやってたのはあっち側だから廊下見ててもあれなんだよな。
I do not think that's the right answer.
こことここは合ってる。で、ミシェルは廊下を見ていない。これと
Think, Poirot. That is not. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
ってなるとこことここしかないのか。で、3人の
Any of the three staff members had the opportunity to kill Ratchet when Monsieur Michel wasn't watching the hallway. That's the right answer.
全員ができた。アリバイがないものは
My little gray cells did not.
これであと3人になって、あれあいつこっちか。 遠いんだよね。さすがに6時間半やってんのかも。お腹空いてきた。
What have you been doing, Poirot? I am completely in the dark.
I will shine some light on the situation, my friend. I have 3 new suspects who could have killed Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi. Miss Nielsen, Monsieur Fauché, and Monsieur Maury. They all had periods of time during both murders to commit the deed, and their alibis are weak. A visit to family, and not 1 but 2 shopping trips.
But all are my employees.
Alas, yes, my dear book. But we have no proof against any of them. None of the 3 appears to have any motive whatsoever.
But this is a tragedy.
Do not give up hope. We will catch this murderer. There is still one place that may hold the evidence we need.
Geneva.
Exact.
Do not give up hope? Well, that's easy for you to say. But what if it's Freya? What becomes of dessert? If it's Sotaru, who will cook? Me? And the worst, if it's Jean, who will serve the drinks?
I've been checking up on the Banque du Lac. I had to confirm my identity for Interpol, so they contacted my captain at the Berkshire Police.
I suspect he was not pleased.
That my vacation was actually an unofficial investigation? I'll say.
I would be happy to speak to him on your behalf.
Thank you, but he'll get over it. It's a chance to close the books on the Armstrong kidnapping. He stopped yelling, asked for a report, then granted me an extra week.
Excellent. What did you learn from Interpol about the Banque du Lac?
It's had a bad reputation for over a century. Customers have included the mafia, Nazis, corporate swindlers of every description, even heads of state.
It is true, this. It is the worst-kept secret in banking. They take advantage of the bank's strict policy of protecting the anonymity of its clients. This is in defiance of many laws from multiple countries, including Switzerland itself. Of course, I have never taken advantage of such a corrupt system.
That goes without saying, my friend.
There are ongoing investigations, subpoenas, court orders. The bank will eventually have to comply, or its assets may be seized. But until then, it still thrives, thanks to its wealthy and powerful clients.
It sounds perfect for the late Monsieur Ratchet. Do you have any ideas?
The serial numbers from some of the bills match those from the Armstrong kidnapping. We agreed in Venice that the bulk of the money must still be physically in the bank's vault.
I concur, Detective Locke. Exemplary work. So, our next task is clear. We need to get into Ratchet's safety deposit box.
There will be codes, passwords.
And Monsieur Wadi would, of course, have known them all. The bag of money he carried is proof of that.
We'll need to find information about Ratchet's box in Wadi's office at the bank.
Most assuredly, but remember the secrecy involved. I doubt his office will contain all we need. Where else must we dig? That was easy.
Mr. Wadi couldn't keep all of his secrets at the bank. Hopefully we'll find something in his apartment. We already have his address thanks to his passport, and his keys we retrieved from his body.
The train stops in Lausanne at 8 a.m. But that's far from Geneva. I can delay the departure until 11 a.m. No later. The police are expecting us in Paris by the end of the afternoon at the latest. They won't tolerate any delay.
The bank doesn't open until 9. I can see only one way that gives us a chance to be on time. Ferries travel between Lausanne and Geneva, but it would take over 3 hours. We can't depend on finding a faster boat. Better to take a taxi and pray traffic is light.
The best thing is to separate. One of us searches his apartment, the other searches his office. To access the safety deposit box, we need to find the key, the box number, and the passcode.
Suppose you find all this. How do you plan to get into the vault?
We are going to use the bank's anonymity policy to our advantage.
And the quickest way is for you to impersonate Ratchet.
I would rather impersonate Jack the Ripper, but in the interest of justice, I will do it.
We need to find the account number.
Along with everything else.
I will say I want access to the vault. They don't ask for papers or even names. The vault information is enough.
I'm not hearing any of this. I run a trade company. I don't rob banks.
Perfect. Let's recap the plan.
Sure. 銀行で打ち合う。タクシーでジュネーブに行く。手分けをする。足金庫。
No, not good.
こうして。じゃあこれが最後。
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth.
なんかずれた？
I do not think that's the...
ちか。
Think, Poirot. That is...
あ、いや。手分けする。ジュネーブ行く。手分けしてオフィスと住居は調べる。なぜ銀行。あ、違うか。違うこ。
My little gray cells didn't...
To sum up, we're going by taxi to Geneva. Then we'll split up. You're going to search Mr. Wadi's apartment. I'll search the office at the bank. When we have all the information we need, you pretend to be Ratchet, and we can finally find out what Ratchet is keeping hidden in his safety deposit box.
It sounds impossible.
Not for Detective Joanna Locke and Hercule Poirot.
We should get some rest.
You are right, Detective. We face our greatest challenge tomorrow. Together.
Voilà.
9 o'clock. Our driver did well. It took barely an hour to get here from Lausanne.
But we must conclude our business in 1 hour as well. Book can only hold the train until 11 o'clock.
1 hour to find the key of Ratchet's safety deposit box, the box number, and its passcode. A lot to ask.
Indeed, which is why we must split our forces. I will take the cab to Monsieur Wadi's address. You must search his office.
I have you on speed dial. And thank you, Mr. Poirot.
For what, mademoiselle?
For trusting me.
じゃあまずはオフィスを調べるからか。ん？
Not really my style, but I'll take it.
3個もあんの？どうも、ミスターワディ。
You there. I have an appointment with Mr. Wadi.
Let me check. I'm sorry, I don't see any appointments this morning at all. Mr. Wadi hasn't even arrived yet, although he should be here by now.
Even though your customers are anonymous, considering the amount of money involved, you should still have a mention of a meeting.
Yes, I can't understand it. I'll be sure to ask Mr. Wadi when he arrives. In the meantime, you are more than welcome to wait in his office. I'll see you're not disturbed. Please follow me. Please come in. I can't understand where Mr. Wadi might be.
You're right. I don't have much time at all. It's closed.
なるほど。開けていくためにいろいろやっていかなあかんのか。回転ボードか。今荒ぶったんだけど。
I'm taking a picture of it. I'll send it to Poirot. It might be useful to him. Locked. I need the password. Maybe Poirot can help me. A souvenir tower of Babel. Makes sense. We know that Mr. Wadi is from Iraq, and the ancient tower is said to have been built there.
なんかあるのか。あ、窓か。これが全部合わないようになればいいんじゃないか。そういうわけじゃないんだ。こうして違う。調べろと。
Alice in Wonderland, again. Mr. Wadi seems to have really liked this book.
あら、ニヤニヤのない猫ならよく見るけど、アリスは思いました。猫のないニヤニヤなんてこんなへんてからも初めて見たわ。アリスがそれほど進まないうちに3月ウサギの家が見えてきました。これがその家なんだとアリスは思いました。煙突が耳のような形で屋根には毛皮が張ってあったからです。とても大きな家であまり近づきたくなかったので、 アリスは左手に持ったキノコをもう少しかじって2フィートくらいに背を高くしておきました。それでも恐る恐るでしたが、アリスはこう思いながら近づいていきました。もし、ものすごく行かれてたらどうしよう。これなら帽子屋に会いに行った方がよかったかも。行かれたお茶会。家の前の木の下のテーブルにセットがあって、3月酒と帽子屋がそこでお茶を飲んでいました。2人の間には山根が座っていましたが、ぐっすりと、眠り込んでいました。2人は山根をクッションの顔に肘に乗せ、頭越しにお話をしていました。山根はかなり嫌なことになってるわとアリスは思いました。ただ寝ているから多分気にしないのね。大きなテーブルなのに3人ともが角の一つに、角の一つに固まって座っていました。場所はないぞ。アリスが来たのを見て、一斉にそうわめきました。場所なんてたっぷりあるじゃない。アリスはムッとして言いました。それからテーブルの端にあった大きな仕掛けの椅子に座りました。ぶどう酒でもお飲み、3月酒はぜひどうぞという調子で言いました。アリスはテーブルを見回しましたが、お茶しか見当たりません。ぶどう酒なんてないわ。アリスは言いました。ないねえ。3月酒が言いました。なら、進めるのは失礼だと思うわ。アリスは怒って言いました。あなたが招待されていないのに座るのも失礼だな。3月酒が言いました。あなたのテーブルだなんて知らなかったもの。アリスが言いました。3人しかいないじゃない。まだまだ何も座れるわ。あんたは髪を切らないとね。帽子屋が言いました。帽子屋はしばらく面白そうな目でアリスを見ていたのですが、初めて口を開きました。人のことに口を出さないことを覚えるべきね。アリスは厳しめに言いました。とっても失礼だから。帽子はこれを聞いて目を皿のようにしましたが、大ガラスが書き物用机に似ているのはどうしてだいと言いました。あら、こっから楽しくなりそうね。とアリスは思い、などなどが始まるのなら嬉しいわ。きっと当てられるから。と声に出して付け加えました。それはあなたが答えられるってこと？ 3 月先が言いました。もちろんそうよ。アリスが言いました。なら思っていることを言うといい。3月うさぎが続けました。言っているわよ。アリスは急ぎながら答えました。少なくとも考えていることを言ってるわ。同じことじゃないの。全然同じじゃない。帽子屋が言いました。それじゃあ食べるものを見ると、見るものを食べると同じになってしまう。こうとも言えるな。3月うさぎが付け加えました。手に入れたものが好きと、好きなものを手に入れるだって同じだ。それってつまり山根が寝言を言うような声で付け加えました。寝るときに息をするときに寝るって同じこと。君の場合は同じだと帽子屋が言うと、話が途切れ、誰もしばらく黙り込んでしまいました。アリスはカラスと書き物用机について思い出そうとしましたが、大して思い出せません。最初に沈黙を破ったのは帽子屋でした。今日は何日と振り返ってアリスに聞きました。ポケットから時計を取り出していて、困ったような顔でそれを見ながら時々振ったりして耳に当てます。アリスは少し考えてから言いました。4月よ。4月4日よ。2日も違うと帽子は言いました。バターじゃダメだと言っただろと怒った顔で3月詐欺を見ながら付け加えました。最高のバターだったよ。3月うさぎは力なく答えました。そうだ、だけどパンくずも入ってしまってたに違いない。帽子屋は不満を言いました。パン用のナイフを使ったのが悪かったんだ。3月うさぎは時計を受け取り、暗い顔でそれを見つめます。そしてそれを紅茶のカップに浸し、もう一度見つめました。だけど最初の言葉以上のことは思い出せませんでした。最高のバターだったよ。アリスは少し興味を持って彼の肩越しに覗いていました。おかしな時計ね。彼女は言いました。何日かはわかるけど何時かはわからないなんて。わかってどうする？帽子屋は言いました。君の時計は今が何年かわかるのか？そんなのわかるわけがない。アリスはすぐに答えました。でも年は長いこと同じ年のままよ。私の場合だってそうだ。帽子屋は言いました。アリスはとても混乱しました。 帽子屋の言うことは何の意味もないようですが、ちゃんとした言葉ではあるのです。よくわからないわ。彼女はできるだけ丁寧に言いました。山根がまだ寝ていると帽子屋は言い、その花に熱い紅茶を少しかけました。山根がまだ寝ていると帽子屋は言い、なんでこれちゃんとないんだ。山根は我慢できず頭を振り、目を開けずに言いました。もちろんそうだった。僕もそう言おうとしていたところだ。なぞなぞの答えは分かったかいと帽子屋は言い、再びアリスの方を向きました。いいえ、降参よ、アリスは言いました。答えは何？さっぱりわからないと帽子屋は言いました。私もだと3月うさぎも言いました。アリスは疲れてため息を漏らしました。もっとまともな時間の使い方をしたら、彼女は言いました。答えのないなぞなぞを出して無駄にしちゃうよりもね。もし君が私と同じように時間のことをしていたら、帽子屋は言いました。無駄にするなんて話はしないだろう。彼だ。どういう意味かわからないわ。アリスは言いました。そりゃそうだ。と帽子屋は言い、馬鹿にしたように頭を上げました。時間を話したこともないんだろう。そうかも。アリスは慎重に答えます。でも、音楽を習う時は時を刻むわ。ああ、そのせいだ。帽子屋は言いました。彼は時を刻まれるの嫌いなんだ。いいかい？彼と仲良くさえしていれば、時間に関わることはほとんど何でも君の好きなようにしてくれる。例えば今が朝の9時で授業が始まる時間だとしよう。時間に少し耳打ちするだけで瞬く間に時計の針が回る。1時半、夕食の時間だ。そうだといいのに。3月うさぎが独り言をつぶやきました。それはすごいよね。アリスは考え込んで言いました。だけど私はお腹空いてない。最初はそうかもしれない。帽子屋は言いました。だけど君は好きな時間だけ時間を1時半にしていられる。あなたたちそうやってんの？アリスは尋ねました。帽子屋は悲しげに頭を振りました。私は違う。彼は答えました。私たちは3月に喧嘩して、それで彼が怒る直前にそのティースプーンで3月うさぎを刺しながら、ハートの女王の大コンサートで歌わないといけなかったんだ。キラキラ光るコウモリさん。何を企んでいるの？この歌知ってるだろう。似たような歌を聞いたことあるわ。アリスは言いました。この歌の続きは帽子屋は続けました。こうだ。空高く飛ぶお茶の黄金のようにキラキラ。大手山根は身震いして眠りながら歌い始めました。キラキラキラキラ。そしてそれを続けたのにみんな集めてやめさせました。それで歌の一番も終わらないうちに帽子は言いました。女王が飛び上がって大声で言ったんだ。彼は時間を殺している。首をはねよ。と。なんて野蛮なの。アリスは先言いました。そしてそれ以来帽子屋は悲しげな声で続けました。彼は私の頼みを一つも聞いてくれない。今じゃいつでも6時だ。アリスは素晴らしいことを思いつきました。だからここにお茶の動画たくさん出るの？彼女は尋ねました。ああ、そうだ。帽子屋はため息をつきながら言いました。いつもお茶の時間で間に食器を洗う時間もない。なあ、ずっと横にずれていくの？アリスは言いました。その通り。帽子屋は言いました。使ったら横にずれる。でも最初の場所に戻ってきたらどうする？アリスは思い切って尋ねました。話題を変えよう。3月うさみがあくびをしながら割り込みました。飽き飽きしてきた。このお嬢さんが話をしてくれるのに1票。悪いけどお話なんて一つも知らない。アリスはこの提案に少し驚いて言いました。なら山根が、2人が叫びました。起きて山根。そして2人は両方から同時につねりました。山根はゆっくりと目を開け、寝てないよ。としばがれた弱々しい声で言いました。みんなが言っていたこと全部聞いていたよ。話をしてよ。3月先は言いました。めっちゃ長い。ここまでか。お願い。アリスは頼みました。それと、早く話してくれ。帽子屋が付け加えました。そうでないと、終わる前に君は寝たんでしまう。昔々、3人の姉妹がいました。山根はとても急いで話を始めました。名前はエルシー、レイシー、ティリー。3人は井戸の底に住んでいて、何を食べていたのと食べたり飲んだりすることをとても興味のあるアリスは言いました。3人は糖蜜を食べて生きていました。山根は1分か2分考えてから言いました。そんなわけないでしょ。アリスは静かに言いました。病気になっちゃう。なので3人は 山根は言いました。とても不健康でした。アリスはそんなとんでもない生き方はどんなものか想像しようとしましたが、混乱するだけだったのに続けて言いました。でも、どうして井戸の底に住んでたの？もっとお茶を飲みなよ。3月うさぎは真面目な顔でアリスに言いました。まだ飲んでいないわ。アリスはムッとした声で返しました。だからもっとじゃない。減らすことはできないだろう。帽子屋は言いました。飲まないよりもっと飲む方がずっと簡単だ。あなたの意見は聞いていない。アリスは言いました。個人的な意見を言っているのは誰だい？帽子屋の勝ち誇った顔で聞きました。アリスは何と言っていいかわからなかったので自分でお茶とパンとバターを用意し、山根に向き直って質問を繰り返しました。なぜ井戸の底に住んでいたの？山根はまた1分か2分考え、そして言いました。糖蜜の井戸だったんです。そんなものはない。アリスは怒りが爆発しそうでしたが、帽子屋と3月うさぎはCCと山根は不機嫌そうに言いました。おとなしくできないなら続きは自分で考えたらどうだい？いいえ、お願いだから続けて。アリスは謙虚な態度で言いました。もう邪魔しない。一つぐらいはあるかもしれないわ。そう、一つある。山根は憤慨した態度で言いました。しかし彼は話を続けて同意しました。そしてその3人の姉妹は絵を練習していました。何を描いたの？アリスは約束を忘れていました。糖蜜だよ。今度は何も考えずに山根は言いました。綺麗なカップを使いたいな。帽子屋が割って入りました。みんな一つずつ隣へずれよ。そう言いながら帽子屋は動き、山根はそれに続きました。3月うさぎは山根の席に移動し、アリスは嫌々ながら3月うさぎの席に着きました。この席替えで得をしたのは帽子屋だけです。アリスはさっきよりひどいことになりました。3月うさぎはミルクの瓶をお皿にひっくり返したばっかりだったのです。アリスはもう山根を怒らせまいととても慎重に言いました。でもわからないわ。糖蜜はどこから来たの？水の井戸から水を引き出せる。帽子屋が言いました。だから糖蜜の井戸から糖蜜を引き出せるんだ。頭が悪いのか。でも井戸の中にいたんでしょ？アリスは帽子屋の最後の言葉に気づかないふりをして山根に言いました。そうだよ。山根は言いました。井戸の中だ。この答えにアリスはとても混乱してしまい、しばらく割り込まずに山根の話を続けさせました。姉妹は絵の練習をしていました。山根はとても眠くなっていたのであくびをして目を凝らしながら続けました。そしてどんな絵でも描きました。M で始まるものはどんなものでも。どうして M で始まるの？アリスは言いました。ダメだというのかい？3月うさぎは言いました。アリスは黙っていました。不思議の国のアリス。ポアロに電話しよう。
I managed to get into Wadi's office. I did a quick preliminary search. Everything is locked, including his computer. All I could find was a photo with a date on it. I just sent it to you. Maybe you can use it.
Thank you. That might help. I've just arrived at the apartment. I'll call you when I find something.
As quick as you can. I can't stay here long.
なるほど。こうやって変わっていくのか。アパートメントに来ましたか。
This is definitely not Monsieur Wadi's apartment. This is definitely not Monsieur Wadi's apartment. This is definitely not Monsieur Wadi's apartment. Ah, here we are. Let's see if the key I picked up in Monsieur Wadi's luggage in Venice will open his door.
Great.
Okay. さて、まずは近場から調べましょうか。
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
随分綺麗なところだな。これか。
That may be useful to Mademoiselle Locke or me. I'll take a photo.
9バベルの塔。わかんねえこれ。色が違うけど。12月18日午後10時にベネチアに来い。待ち合わせ場所は絵はがきを送って予定を確認しろ。確定しろか。札束50とイタリアのパスポートと赤いメガネを持ってこい。いつものように暗証番号を変えた新しいバッグを。ね。1865年9番88ページ、91ページ、94ページ、96ページ、98ページを見る。これアリスか。
The key to the password is close. I can feel it.
うわぁ、ぐっちゃぐちゃじゃん。これで終わり？
A dart. A familiar projectile found in any pub in England. I think this belongs here.
なんかあんのかこれ。置き場所があるのか。まあいいや、後にしよう。情報を手に入れないと。
This computer won't give up its secrets easily.
そうか。なんかあるな。
A Swiss and Arabic keyboard.
わからん。
Staring at the clock won't help, Poirot. A bizarre endgame to be sure, but I suspect checkmate is possible for white in 3 moves. Let's see.
Who are you? What are you doing in there?
I am Hercule Poirot. I am working with the police. You are Monsieur Wadi's neighbor?
Yes, next door. I heard a noise.
違うな。
I thought it was Mr. Wadi who had come home. I don't know him very well. A delivery man left a package for him with me.
I see nothing to prove he's lying. I need some hard evidence to prove he's lying.
You don't know your neighbor very well.
Yes, what of it?
How is it that Monsieur Wadi has a picture of you on his desk? There is quite a family resemblance. You wouldn't be his brother by any chance?
Why are you going through his things?
As I told you, I am working with the police.
All right, yes. I'm his brother, Mehdi Wadi. Do you know where he is?
I am very sorry, sir, but I have some terrible news for you. Your brother has been murdered. You have my sincere condolences.
Oh no. Aziz. My wife. My son. Their hearts will break. Everything he did was for his family. He brought us here from Iraq to give my son a better future. We can't go back. You won't. You won't.
Do not fret, Monsieur Wadi. I do not want to cause trouble for you and your family. I am here to catch his murderer. When did you last see your brother?
2 days ago. He was on his way to Venice. It was not a journey he was looking forward to. I knew something was wrong, but he promised all would be well soon. My son will be heartbroken. Aziz made a point of reading to Fadi every night so he could learn English. We hope to legally emigrate there one day.
Your son, Fadi. What did Monsieur Wadi read to him?
His favorite book is Alice in Wonderland. The nonsense of it all. Why?
It is the answer to a question I had. I believe your brother was a good man, forced for some reason to keep secrets, and that got him killed.
Sir, there is something else. Aziz left me a letter to open if anything should happen to him.
Could you show it to me?
Yes, I will get it.
頼んだ。正面の家だったか。本当に。弟よ、ラチェットという男に銀行にいるのを見られた。そいつはお前の家族を殺されたくなければ犯罪に手を貸して脅してきた。メフディ、もし私が殺されるようなことがあったらその男が犯人だ。匿名で警察に通報してくれ。そしてバンクウェイテルラクにある貸金庫のことも伝えてくれ。口座番号は82664だ。あとは警察に任せておけばいい。さよなら弟よ。アイシャとファディによろしく。みんなが良い人生を送れます。
It all makes sense. It's horrific. But to Ratchet, it would be just business as usual. At least I have Ratchet's account number, 82664.
Thank you for giving me this letter. Let me assure you, the man Ratchet cannot harm you. He was killed before your brother was.
Really? Who did it? The one you say hunted Ratchet?
Yes, without a doubt. I promise you I will find them.
Sir, we have no papers. The police...
Your secret is safe with me, monsieur.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, I must go to my wife and son. Tonight, I will read to Fadi from Alice in Wonderland, and we will remember my brother.
読んであげて。
I need to notify Mademoiselle Locke that I have Ratchet's bank account number.
まあ、とはいえ、まだまだ謎があるんだよね。
Staring at the clock won't help. Wow. This could be the password to Monsieur Wadi's office computer. He must change it every month. It seems to have a logical sequence, but I need to find the one for December.
Hmm? どうなってんだこれ。規則性。なんだ 5だもんな。1の差しかないもん。どういうこっちゃ。ヒントこれヒント。それぞれの行には規則性がある。数字が並んでいると斜めに読むんだ。斜めに読むんだ。そういうことか。3、4、5、6、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、0、失礼。0、1、2、最後が3になるか。で、9でしょ。で、0、で、1。で、その後どうなんだ？ 5 か。5が来るの。5193かな。5193。
If that's the password to the computer in Monsieur Wadi's office, we still need to translate the Arabic characters. And there weren't any Arabic characters on the office computer's keyboard. We need to find out which keys these Arabic characters correspond to on a Swiss keyboard with its Latin characters like the one in Monsieur Wadi's office. I'm right again. That up.
で、部屋のパソコンってことかな。そうなると。
This keyboard should help me translate this code.
5番。これが R。なんかうにょうにょにょ、うにょにょにょぴょんってなってるやつ。A か。ラ。9番の前についてるおつみたいなやつ。おつみたいなやつどれだこれ。どれ？ふにゃふにゃすぎてわからんねん。P か。RQP。3番。シュニャット10の F か。F。ラファ。ラフィ。
Arabic is read from right to left, so the password must surely be read that way too. With any luck, this will unlock the computer in Monsieur Wadi's office. Let me text it to Miss Locke. My little gray cells did not...
OK。ありがとう。んで、1個足りないやつが、これなんやねん。こいつなんやねん。これが、あれなんだよね。おそらくこれだよな。88、91、94、96、90。88、91、91か。でしょ？ちょっと待って。どうやって読むの？サイ。94。調べようがないっす。 すがに。
Ah, the peculiar habit some people have of displaying things on the door of their refrigerator. I've just sent a photo to you, in case it might help you.
Thank you.
I texted Ratchet's account number to you.
Wonderful.
Did you receive my text? This must be the password to Mr. Wadi's computer.
I have it. Thank you.
La vi. いろいろ見ないと分かんなくなる。オフィスのパスワードは EFPAR。こんな長いの E3F9PH。 覚えれねえ。ちょっと待ってちょっと待ってメモしないとわからんてこれ。F9P1 A5 R。 OK。 P E3 F9 チャージです。 F9 Bどこ B1 A5 R。口座番号ちょっと88266これだっけ。違う。8わかんない。ちょっと待って。どうなってんねん。82664 82664。よいしょ。
The number of Ratchet's safety deposit box. At last. I should let Mr. Poirot know.
貸金庫4346ね。
Locked.
で、この鍵はおそらくこのバベルなんだよな。これのなんかが違う。真面目にわからん。調べたけど、ああそういうことか。上がこれで、上がこれで、 次が四角で、で丸2つで四角で四角2個で、一番下だけやりゃいいのかな。これが多分、でもこれしかないか。こうか。開ける。鍵。ゲッ
A
ト。
key. I wonder if it will fit the desk drawer.
鍵。何も書いてない。あれやないか。これをこれとそことうまいことつなげりゃ、あるわ、俺。
Those indentations are from the sheet of the notepad that was on top. This is great. All those mystery movies I watched as a kid. I know what to do.
よいしょ。これか。まだなんかありそうだけど。ないのか、他。
I'll send a picture of this to Poirot.
OK。 これでわからない部分を保管しろって話なのかな。
It's closed.
関係ねえのか。ここにヒゲがあ
A
るし。
gold mustache. Thank you very
見
much.
つけた。
I sent you a photo of doodles I found on a notepad. I hope it can help you.
I hope so as well.
I was able to access Mr. Waddy's computer. I have Ratchet's safety deposit box number.
Excellent.
さて、あとは口座番号。3手目でチェックメイト。上記ジェスわからんのよ。
Good job.
1、2。 てこれない。置いて飛べるようにするのかな。
voilà.
将棋とまあ似てるんだけど、ラチェットの貸金庫のパスワード、88。新しい番号88 8894949698。これがわからんよな。このダーツボードは妙だ。コーヒーテーブルのチェス盤に似ている。コーヒーテーブル、コーヒー、なんだそれ。どれだ。なんかあった。終わってる。3。ここには数字がねえぞ。3、9、6。3。いいのか。ないよ、ここに数字が。これも大丈夫だね。
Mademoiselle Locke, how far along are you?
Still not very far, but I'm not giving up.
あとなんかあったか、こっち。
Time is not on my side.
34か。34。ないな。
Mr. Poirot, how are you doing?
I have little to report, but keep looking.
I must admit I'm not right this time.
9番のやつを見てみる。見たよ。新版を見てみよう。見たよ。349662。ああ。
Ratchet's password. Here it is. That's the right answer.
OK。完了。これはチェスの配駒の配置とああそういうこと。A の87と B の7。あとは A の6白 D の85 D の85。例のはい奥。D 間違えた。1234。でからといて。D A B C D D O。踏んじゃってんのか。一回ちょっと外しといて。あと7。チェス版。B の7をしてみるか。D85 D85 やってるね。7あれ858 87知ってる？A の87 6白6が押してない。 B の7がない。 B の7がない。B の7がないか。これか。違うな。ちょっと待って、白がA6 D85 A6 D85 これが間違えてんだ。A6 あ、終わった終わった。んじゃこりゃ。ん4346これか。4346まだ長えな。全部で1234567桁7桁7桁えこっちも1個取ってねえんだよな。7桁わからん。なんかあった？
I believe I have discovered Ratchet's safety deposit box passcode.
We're almost there.
It's closed.
別になんかあるわけじゃないしな。
I haven't finished what I had to do here yet.
まだ終わっていない。終わっていない。1234567違う。これは何なん？M9、M9、M9。なんじゃこの。わかんねえよ。 新しい人が出ている。他調べるとこないんだよね。
Mr. Poirot?
I have lit.
ここは終わった。終わった。あとなんかがあるのか、どっかに。この角なんかあんの？別になんもないよね。いや、ないな。なんか見落としてる？ゴミ入れ。お風呂場でしょ。なんもないしな。関係なし。あ、そういうこと。全部で6桁。でも違うな。こう、そういうことが1、2、3、4、5、6、7、7桁だから、こう、こう、こう、こう、こう、こう、こう。きたー。やったね。
It looks like a safe key to me. We finally found it.
いただきました。ありがとうございます。これで出れるよ。
Make certain you have accomplished everything in here. You will not get another chance.
もう大丈夫。これで電話をしよう。
Good news. I have found the key to Ratchet's safe.
Perfect. We're running out of time. Do we have everything?
I have the key to the safety deposit box.
I have the number of the box.
And we have the passcode. I'm on my way. Time to rob a bank.
銀行強盗の時間だ。
Sorry to keep you waiting. I haven't heard from Monsieur Wadi. You'll have to reschedule with him.
This is quite annoying. I'll have to reschedule.
Absolutely. I hope I have been of service.
You have no idea. That was fast. We do this as planned?
Yes, I am, Monsieur Ratchet. But with the bank's questionable policy, I do not expect anyone to ask.
Right. Absolute secrecy regarding their clients. The last Swiss bank of its kind.
Madame, I still haven't heard from Mr. Waddy.
Well, we'll have to make do without him, now that my friend is here. It's his box we want to access.
And the clock is ticking. I trust there is no problem.
No, no problem at all. May I have your safety deposit box number?
4346.
May I see your key? Do you know your passcode?
Yes. Mademoiselle will be able to accompany me? No names, of course.
Of course. I'll open the door. Go down the stairs. The guard will accompany you.
Go.
Please leave your personal belongings in this bin and then go through the portal. I'll open it for you.
At last we reach our goal.
Now I will insert my key, if you allow.
Thank you.
I'll be by the door should you need any assistance.
At last.
I suspect the effort will be worth it. This collection of various personal items. Do you know what they are, Detective Locke?
I do, Mr. Poirot. God help me, I do. Souvenirs. The trophies serial killers take from their victims to remind them of their kills. Ratchet wasn't just a kidnapper.
No, indeed. He was a monster. Another victim.
Valentine.
MC. The real journalist Michael Clark. Ratchet would have needed to kill him to assume his identity. He took this ring as his trophy.
Another trophy. A woman. We may never know her name. You were lucky, mademoiselle, when you met him at that cabin in the forest, alone.
How many victims do you think Ratchet had?
Too many. Another trophy. We may never know how many people he killed. For every soul Ratchet claimed, even more are suffering. Diamonds.
A fortune. Crime does pay.
No, mademoiselle. This time it was the criminal who finally paid. I wonder who this keychain belonged to. Certainly not Ratchet.
King Wagon.
Another bracelet. Another victim.
Another trophy. And then there's the one that we already found, Suzanne's red glasses. He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced. The rest of the Armstrong ransom money. The serial numbers match. The one on the left. Ratchet.
Whoever he is with, their friendship seems over.
The build. The hair. It could be Noah, his partner in Daisy's kidnapping.
It appears they had a falling out.
4 years of investigation. It's all over. I finally have the last piece of evidence that Ratchet was Daisy's kidnapper and murderer.
More than that, you have helped unmask a serial killer responsible for so many deaths.
But even with all this, we're no closer to solving Ratchet's murder.
On the contrary, mademoiselle, everything. It is coming together. Don't you agree, detective?
What?
The damaged photograph.
It could be Noah. You think Noah killed Ratchet for revenge?
The train.
What about the train?
I know how a killer could vanish without leaving a trace in the snow.
Wings?
Camouflage. The trophies.
Poirot, we have a train to catch.
Not just a train, Detective Locke. We have a murderer to catch.
Poirot, enough! You have kept us in suspense ever since we left Lausanne.
Forgive me, my friend. Detective Locke and I needed the time to put the last pieces of the puzzle in their proper places.
I'll fill in where I can, but this is Mr. Poirot's show.
I confess I can't help, but I feel a certain déjà vu.
You are correct, Doctor. We have been here before. However, without you, we wouldn't have been able to reach the true conclusion of this story. My friends, your attention, please. I hope you have finished your dessert. You have every right to think the solution to the murder of Ratchet is a closed book. You are wrong. I, Poirot, admit that I was wrong. There is a final chapter.
What in bloody hell?
What does he mean? Perhaps if we are silent, Monsieur Poirot will explain.
Most of us naturally expect a journey by train to proceed in an orderly fashion from station to station. But this journey has gone off the rails. A comfortable journey, which should have been restful, turned out to be quite a challenge for my little gray cells. I beg your indulgence. I know it will be painful, but I must update you on the strange turn the Ratchet murder investigation has taken. I had two hypotheses, as you recall. A stranger boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then exited the train unobserved. That was the first possibility. The second solution gave us 12 jurors who condemned Ratchet to death for the kidnapping and murder of Daisy Armstrong. My friend, Book, properly chose the first solution for the authorities. However, thanks to Dr. Constantine here, a 13th stab wound was discovered, throwing that solution into disarray. Moreover, the words of a witness called into question the chronology of the night of the murder upon which the first two solutions were based. Detective Locke?
Michael admitted to having been absent several times during the night. His absence therefore gave multiple opportunities for a 13th murderer to slip into Ratchet's room before the other 12 jurors lined up to stab him.
You are saying the man Ratchet was when we...
Yes. You executed a man who was already dead. But there were other suspects that night.
Other suspects? Who?
They stand before you. Mr. Fauché, Mr. Maury, and Ms. Nielsen. And they all also had a hole in their stories about their movements that night. Mr. Poirot?
Most of you don't know it, but there was a second murder in Venice.
Mein Gott, another murder.
The victim was a man named Aziz Wadi, a banker in Geneva who was on the payroll of Ratchet. He looked after the money Ratchet obtained from the Armstrong ransom. Ratchet needed money and arranged to meet Mr. Wadi in Venice. One of these three knew about that money. Now, each of them had an alibi, of a sort. But if any of their alibis was a lie, that person had time to murder Monsieur Wadi, Monsieur Fauché, Mademoiselle Nielsen, and Monsieur Maury. One of you murdered Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi.
Are you kidding? I pour drinks for our guests. I don't murder them.
It's nonsense.
You are accusing me because of my knives?
But why would one of my employees kill Ratchet?
どっちだ？どうなってんだ？知り合いであった。でもあれか。こっちだ。
Think, Joanna.
あれ、金か。金だろうな。でも金持って逃げなかったからな。
The killer's motive for killing Ratchet was revenge, but not for Daisy's death. The motive for Aziz Wadi's murder was also revenge. Mr. Wadi was helping Ratchet.
Ratchet had an accomplice in the kidnapping named Noah. They kidnapped Daisy together. Ratchet stored the ransom money in a Swiss bank that protected anonymous clients. He forced Monsieur Wadi to watch over the money. Once enough time had passed, Ratchet felt it was safe to have Monsieur Wadi bring him cash whenever Ratchet needed it.
The serial numbers of the bills would still be in a file, but no one would be actively checking it.
Precisely. But Ratchet didn't just keep the ransom in his safety deposit box. There was something much worse. There was something much worse than Daisy's ransom money in that safety deposit box. During her investigation, Detective Locke found evidence proving that Ratchet was what is known as a trophy killer. He kept souvenirs of his crimes. We found trophies in the safety deposit box. There were others in a cabin Ratchet used in the Berkshire Mountains, including a beloved toy of little Daisy's.
If I'd have known that, I would have cut the bastard's head off.
I do not think that's the right answer.
ラチェット殺人の動機となれる2つの品の関連性。これがピーター、チアーズ、乾杯。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
これか。
Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer.
バレンティン、マイケル・クラーク。
I must admit I'm not right this time. I do not think that's the right answer. No, not good. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not.
真珠
No, not
革
good.
のブレスレットってこと？どういうこっちゃ？
I'm right
頭教えてねえ
again.
と。
That happens to me.
The bracelet found in the safety deposit box was also on Noah's wrist in a photograph. It's obvious Ratchet killed Noah, and therefore, at last, I can tell you with absolute certainty who the murderer of Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi is.
Ah. もうここだ。
Mademoiselle Nielsen has the same bracelet as the one found in the safety deposit box in Geneva. A trophy from a victim of Ratchet. Noah.
Having a similar bracelet doesn't prove anything.
Yes, that might be true. If there were not an inscription on it.
Mr. Poirot, you're right. The bracelet looks similar to mine, but I have no idea what the marks on it mean. I just like the design.
The marks are not random, mademoiselle. These are special bracelets. They are called Morse code bracelets. Because, well, you know why. The marks are Morse code. Happily, I learned Morse when I was a young man doing my service for the Belgian army.
フレイ。フレイチャー。
That was easy.
Freya.
On the bracelet found in Ratchet's safety deposit box was the name Freya in Morse code. Your first
名
name
前をモール
belonged
ス進行
to
に入
your
れて送った
father,
のか。
Noah Nielsen. Let's stop playing this little game, mademoiselle. What does yours say? Noah?
It says father. Ratchet. That bastard. He kept my father's bracelet as a trophy.
Thank you. I have to admit your timing for Ratchet's murder was perfect. Do you mind if I continue?
Would it matter? Go ahead. You've earned the right to crow.
I do not make bird sounds, mademoiselle. I take no pleasure in this. You drugged Ratchet's dessert to ensure he would be unconscious when you went to his room. You stole a knife from Monsieur Maury. If it was identified as the murder weapon, he would be accused. You knew Pierre Michel would leave the train for a smoke whenever it was stopped at a station. At Vinkovsky, you waited until he was on the station platform. Then, you carefully made your way along the first-class corridor to Ratchet's room. You entered Ratchet's room with the pass key, accessible to all employees in the crew quarters. You stabbed Ratchet at midnight.
But that knife, where is it?
Probably thrown out of Ratchet's window before the train left the station. A thorough search after the snow melts should turn it up.
My beautiful knife.
Then, you carefully returned to the crew quarters, replaced the passkey, and returned to your poker game. Et voilà. The affair was not so complicated in the end. But what made the crime seem more complex, well...
It was us.
Exactly. The 12 jurors who proceeded to carry out their far more complicated plan literally in the dark without realizing that the man was already dead.
Speaking only for myself, of course, but I believe we would have invited you to join us.
Ms. Nielsen, you killed Ratchet because he killed your father. Your motive is crystal clear. But why did you kill Aziz Wadi?
It's because of Aziz that my father died. My father knew Aziz was the only one with access to Ratchet's safe, so he convinced Aziz to steal the money from the safety deposit box. But Aziz was too afraid of Ratchet. Instead, he betrayed my father by reporting him to Ratchet. Obviously, Ratchet then murdered my father. Aziz was just as guilty of my father's death as Ratchet.
Ratchet was the worst of humanity. But Monsieur Wadi, if you knew his story...
My father is dead because of him.
I will not debate the point with you, mademoiselle. He had done nothing to justify his death. I do not see any extenuating circumstances that should allow you to escape justice. You will be arrested at the Gare de Lyon when we arrive in Paris.
Judge and jury are you, Monsieur Poirot. And you get away with it. It must be nice. But think of this. I know what you did. What you all did.
She's right. She could turn us all in.
Relax. Hector, is it? Your secret is safe with me. I'm not going to jail. Farewell, Poirot. Enjoy your victory. Stop!
No, Freya, don't jump. You're going to die.
I've made my choice. We'll let fate decide.
No! She jumped off the train. Even if she hit the water, considering the height, I doubt she survived.
And with this tunnel, either way, she's gone, Poirot.
犯人が行ってしまったか。オリエント急行翌日ですね。
I still can't believe what happened. 13 people took revenge on the same person. This investigation is so incredible. It almost looks like a detective story.
It would surely be a bestseller. It is true that this case will remain as one of the most important investigations of my career.
My only regret will be that I couldn't bring Ratchet to justice, but I can finally close this chapter of my life.
Your determination paid off. You can be proud of yourself.
I think we'll be arriving in Paris soon.
If you will pardon me, Detective Locke, I have to settle a few details with Monsieur Bouc before we arrive.
Please, go ahead.
I still can't believe Freya was the killer. She never even cheated when we played poker.
She used too much sugar.
Nonsense! Her desserts were divine.
Unfortunately, her actions were not so divine.
There you are, my friend.
Bouc, I have a favor to ask.
Anything.
When we arrive in Paris, will you speak to the police? I would rather keep a low profile.
But why?
Bouc, my first solution was incorrect.
Nonsense. The nuttier the mystery became, the greater your brilliance.
Please.
Very well, if you insist.
I want to thank you, gentlemen, for your service. The cuisine. Under difficult conditions, you surpassed the reputation of the Orient Express.
That is true. I look forward to seeing you again abroad, Monsieur Poirot. I promise, not all of our trips are this eventful.
Princess Dragomirov would like a word with you, Monsieur Poirot. It is important. She is waiting for you in her compartment.
When a princess summons me, how can I refuse? Ah, Mademoiselle Debenham et Captain Arbuthnot. Allow me to congratulate you on your upcoming nuptials.
I hope you won't be too disappointed if you're not invited.
Archie, really? Thanks to Mr. Poirot, there will actually be a wedding.
As you say, my darling. Sorry, Elban, and thanks for everything, including finding my train ticket.
Count Andrigny, how is the Countess?
Much better now that it's all over. I misjudged you, Poirot.
And I you.
There is something else about my wife you should know. Why I am so overprotective.
She is pregnant.
You are quite the detective.
Actually, Dr. Constantine told me. She admitted as much when he was attending to her.
If it's a girl, we're going to name her Daisy. If it's a boy,
Hercule,
he'll be stuck with Rudolph. It's a family tradition.
I wish you and all of your family much happiness.
Thank you.
My daughter, my great friend, and I wanted to talk to you one last time. I speak on behalf of the entire Armstrong family, as well as those close to us. You have shown compassion. We know your reputation, and we understand that your choice was not easy for you. We are all the more grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations, my dear. You managed to say the word thank you, although he did manage to put us through quite a lot.
You have given us all closure and some peace of mind.
You should know that I regret nothing. If this Freya Nielsen person had not been involved, I would have done it again.
Someone told me the Stalinists were frightened of you. I believe them.
The country of my birth breeds its share of brutes and bullies, but also some of the greatest intellectual and artistic minds the world has ever known. I pray that one day we will again be remembered for that.
I share your hope, Princess.
And of course, with the real murderer of that man out there somewhere, we are no longer guilty of much. Correct?
Princess, don't push your luck too far. If you'll excuse me, I have some packing to do. Ladies?
戻りましょう。降りる準備です。
At the end of this investigation, I still have my doubts. Did I make the right choice with the 12 self-proclaimed jurors?
まあ、あとは本人たちの思い次第か。
Yes, it was the right thing to do. As for Mademoiselle Nielsen, what would I have done if she had not escaped?
まあ、出てくれ。
Is it justice to let the 12 go free but have Mademoiselle Nielsen arrested? A vast question indeed. Judges often take motive into consideration when deciding the sentence for a crime. You are not a judge. Your job is to establish the facts, which you have done. The case has been solved. Another already awaits you. It is the reason you are on this train. It is time. Time to move on.
I hope you will travel with us again, Monsieur Poirot.
皆さんお元気で。
Monsieur Poirot, I spoke with my associates. I convinced them to give you a deal on our new Firenze SUV. No need to thank me. It's the least I could do.
That is very generous, but no, I do not drive.
You don't? What? But it's electric. It's good for the planet.
I am good for the planet, as long as I don't
運
drive.
転しない方が優しい。確かに。
I don't understand. He refused.
いや、車使わない人は使わないからね。じゃあ捜査員がいるのか。
Monsieur, you can't pass.
戻しできません。はい。
You can never have too many of these.
リは大丈夫か。
Poirot is a nasty man.
ワロはひどい。ちょっと何を覚えさせてんの。
I wonder where Princess Dragomirov's bird can have heard that.
ちょっと無人。
Have you lost something? May I help you?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, you have done so much already.
What is it you have lost?
My friends, we are traveling to Poland to help with children. We were to meet at an information booth. But where do I get information on how to find
内情までの案内はどこにあるのかしら。
There is, I believe, an information booth just inside the main terminal.
Oh, thank you, sir. You are a great
アリ
detective.
スみたいな人。
And you,
面白そうだ
madam,
な。
are a good soul. I will miss this train.
お腹が減った。お腹が鳴っている。ジャガーパリス。またニュ
News
ー
travels
スにな
fast.
ってる。
Hey, Poirot. Say, have you seen a scruffy little guy in a green trench coat?
I cannot say I have. Why?
He's my next case.
Another case?
She's
That
a
was
target,
indeed fast.
The detective's gotta eat. You know what I mean.
I have some idea, yes.
Suspected embezzler, traveling east, and out on the Orient Express. Say, you wouldn't be interested in teaming up, would you? Some good money in it.
I have had enough of trains for a while, thank you.
Okay, suit yourself.
稼ぎたいためにやってるわけじゃないんだよ。
Mr. Poirot, Mr. McQueen here thinks he may know an attorney in the Berkshires who might need a gentleman's gentleman.
He's old school English. I think the clock stopped for him in 1934.
I hope it works out for you, Monsieur Masterman. What about you, Monsieur McQueen?
Well, back to law school for me, following my father's footsteps. We can take the train to St. Pancras, then the Piccadilly line to Heathrow and check out some flights.
Might as well. We're already packed.
I wish you both bonne chance.
Ah, Poirot. Mission accomplished. I have reported to the police that Freya Nielsen killed Ratchet and that she escaped. They're issuing an international arrest warrant. There's a canal that runs alongside the tracks where she jumped from the train. But they say there's little chance she survived. The police have questioned all of the passengers and crew, so for now, they are free to leave.
I gave them the results of my preliminary autopsy, and they have the report from the Venetian authorities. They were arguing about jurisdiction when I left.
Thank you, Doctor. You have been of inestimable help.
A fascinating case. I'm pleased I could assist you.
Mr. Poirot, it seems our paths part here. It was an honor and a pleasure to work with you.
And I am with you, Detective Locke. The case would have been impossible without your tenacity and dedication to finding the truth. You also proved to be an able con artist in Geneva.
You too. Thank you for everything. I'll never forget you.
And I shall always treasure our collaboration.
Well, that's that. I'm hungry. Let's go to the Wagon Rouge restaurant. They make an excellent leg of lamb.
But it's only 5:34 p.m. Is food all you really think about, my friend?
I'm the one inviting you. You've well deserved it.
ああ、ちょっとカクついてる。ああ、カクしてた。
I'm warning you, I'm not going to obtain for you a secret recipe this time.
Poirot, they make a chocolate mousse that is so creamy. It must have a secret ingredient in it.
The last recipe came from a murderer.
But it was sublime.
落ちはい、無事に全部完結です。スピードアップしてこれは終われないのかな。ずっと行くのかな、こんな感じで。まあでもあれですね、オリエント急行殺人事件、まあ本編の方ちょっと忘れちゃってるんでどんな感じだったかっていうのもあるんですけど、まあところどころあるミニゲームはまあやりたい人は楽しくできるでしょうし、まああれ系が苦手な人はちょっと詰まっちゃうんで大変なところもあるかもしれないですけど、まあ自分は全編的にまあちょっと最後の方はもう整理しなきゃ分かんなかったところもあるんですけど、楽しめたんじゃないかなと。あ、ユニティでやってたんだ。その後のお話ですね。誰からの手紙って書いてあった？ロンドンフォーラさん、別れた時は挨拶の時間もなかった。
I didn't really have time to say goodbye when we parted. I thought I had beaten the greatest detective in the world. But you unmasked me. I still had my revenge, though. I even managed to help myself to a small amount of cash from Wadi's bag before you interrupted me in Venice. It will be enough to settle somewhere in a quiet little town where I will create delicacies for appreciative clients. You won't hear from me again, nor will Book get any more of my recipes. Oh, and one last thing. You may not think so, but I truly believe Ratchet and Wadi got their just desserts. Regards, F.
You, mademoiselle, are entirely too pleased with yourself. You give clues no one could follow, unless they are
居場所は分かってしまうよ。それがポアロだからね。はい、無事クリアしました。今回8時間半かかっちゃいましたが、前編入れるとまあだいたい14時間ぐらいかな。まあでも短いんじゃないですかね、今この昨今のゲームの長さで考えると。はい、まあこういう推理ものを初めてこの辺プレイしてみたんですけど、悪くないかな思ってはいますが、まあちょっとね、配信者としては喋らない時間が多いのでなんともっていうところもあるかもしれないですが、まあもともと自分は推理物系が好きだったりしてたので、ちょっとやってみて改めて本編また読んでみたいなと思いました。確認しながらね、実際どうなんだったっけっていうのを見ながら、実際のもう本、雑誌の方も読んでみたりできるといいかもしれないですね。まあそれをきっかけでまた推理物が、ね、読みたくなってきて、最近のものも読んでみたりとか、そういう機会になってくれればいいかなと私は思っております。まあ少しでも興味持っていただけた方はまた来ていただければと思います。ちょっと冒頭だけ音入ってないっていうのはちょっと申し訳ないかもしれないですけど、はい、まあそんなところですが、本日これでオリエント急行殺人事件完結です。ご視聴いただいて、ちょっとでも来ていただいた方ありがとうございました。ではまた別の機会、別のゲームでお会いしましょう。それじゃあまたね。ご視聴いただきありがとうございました。この動画を見て良かったと少しでも思われた方はいいねしてもらえると嬉しいです。よければチャンネル登録もお願いします。X のフォローも気が向いたらしてくれてもいいんだからね。それじゃあまた次のプレイでお会いしましょう。じゃあねー。